gave me the signal. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We had a little technical issue there, but I would like to welcome you to the June 1st Trumbull Town Council meeting. The very first thing we're going to do is rise for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Recording in progress.
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Sorry, I missed the moment of silence there. We can all do that in our hearts. Margaret, would you call the roll, please?
Mike Buswell.
Here.
Mary Isaac.
Here.
Stephen Spillane.
Here.
Bill Mecca.
Here.
Ann Sather.
Here.
Jennifer Winchell.
Here.
Christina Alaris.
Here.
Richard Wolf.
Here.
Jason Marsh.
Here.
Anthony Dorsey.
Here.
Ashley Gaudiano. Carl Massaro.
Here.
John Foreman.
Here.
Thomas Broderick.
Here.
Matt Dunn.
Here.
Joy Cologne.
Joy, you there? Thank you. Thank you.
Joy's on the phone.
Yep. I'm here. We got you.
Brian Walsh.
Here.
Kelly Malazzi.
Here.
Tony Cinto.
Here.
Jared Ferrari.
Here.
And Nicole Satin.
Here. Thank you very much. We are going to take a couple of items out of order. The next thing I'll do is call for a motion to approve the minutes from the May 4th meeting, please.
So moved.
Thank you. And a second? Thank you, Jennifer. Any discussion on the minutes from the May 4th meeting? We have to do a voice vote because Joy's on the phone?
Unanimous consent.
Okay, can we approve the minutes by unanimous consent? Joy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, those minutes are approved. So we are going to invite up Katie Boland, who is in charge of the We the People group, to do an acknowledgement of some recent incredible accomplishments. Thank you, Mrs. Boland.
Thank you all for having us here. For those that don't know, the We the People program is a full-year course at Trumbull High School. It's AP U.S. Government and Constitutional Studies. It's been around since the bicentennial, so 1987, which gave us our nickname Bison. If you ever wonder how we got that, that's how we got that. And I've been lucky to coach the team since graduating class of 2012. And this year, we won as a school, our 30th state championship, which is pretty incredible. Yep. The team beat rivals Staples by over 50 points, which is more than we've done in the last, 8 or 9 years combined. It's usually very, very close. Yep, that's huge. And then we went on to nationals, where this group had the best first day of competition hearings collectively as 6 units than I've ever witnessed in my entire time here. I mean, it was absolutely brilliant and amazing. And we made it to the top 10 final round. We competed on that third day against one of our judges was a circuit court justice of appeals from Colorado. That is top in the state of Colorado. And our kids went against him and blew him away. And so we ended up placing 8th in the nation, which is pretty cool. Virginia, Oregon, California, the usual ones that always win every year, have wild card teams, and so they had all theirs. We actually beat the reigning national champions, California, that didn't make it to the top 10, but we did. And it was just an incredible weekend, incredible performance. The program is broken into 6 units, and they each specialize in a different area, all the way from our historical, philosophical foundations to modern topics. But each of the units will have a little bit of history, a little bit of Constitution, a little bit of philosophers, a little bit of current events, a little bit of everything. The way they're able to quote random Federalist Papers to philosophers to world events, U.S. events, I mean, is absolutely amazing. And they are truly some of the most incredible individuals that I've had the honor to teach. So very proud of them. And I'm bragging and very proud of them because this is probably the most I've ever spoke at a meeting. So you know that's how proud I am. So in talking with First Selectman Tesoro, the kids are going to come up one by one, introduce themselves, let you know what unit, and then they'll tell you what college they're going to because they're all seniors, unfortunately. And then they'll also tell you, I told them to keep it brief, but something that they love about the program. And I told them not to filibuster your evening. But they like to talk, so I'm just warning you. So, kids, come on up. Why don't you line up over here and just one by one. You don't have to go in unit order or any order, just. And then when you're done, come up here.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Jude. I'm a member of Trumbull High School's Unit 4. I'm going to Syracuse University, the Newhouse School of Public Communications for Public Relations, and I'm also doing a double major in political science, most likely. And my favorite part about my experience in Bison throughout pretty much this entire year was not only getting to learn so much about history and so much about our Constitution, everything I love, but getting to learn it alongside my friends and alongside my peers in just a competitive academic environment. It was truly a great experience for me. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rithik. I'm part of Unit 5. I'll be attending Duke University studying economics and statistical science. And I think my favorite part about Bison, similar to Jude, is I never really thought homework could be fun. But, I mean, doing it with all my friends, kind of I didn't think spending 3 hours researching could become fun. But I think gaining that bond has been a really great experience.
Good evening, guys. My name is Josh. I will be attending the University at Buffalo this fall studying pharmaceutical sciences. And one thing that I loved about Bison was honestly creating this dysfunctional together family. Honestly, we've had our moments, but it was overall great, and I loved the experience.
Good evening. My name is Elias. I was a member of Trumbull High's Unit 3. I'll be attending University of Connecticut this fall, double majoring in biological sciences and physiology and neurobiology. And my favorite part was probably being supported by Miss Vicky Tesoro at the national level, and that was probably my favorite experience.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bhavin, and I was part of Unit 2. This fall, I'll be studying cognitive science on the pre-med track at UConn, and I think my favorite part of the experience was making bonds and learning constitutional history with my friends on my unit, and it was truly a life-changing experience, and I'm forever grateful for it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ali Hassan. I am a member of Unit 4 of our Bison team, and this fall I'll be studying the history of science, medicine, and public health, and double majoring that with physics at Yale University. And one of my favorite things about Bison as an experience and as a team was really what everything else that my teammates have just said is that we really are a team. You know, one unit can't fail and the other 5 do incredible. We all have to show up and rely on one another, and we are really only as strong as our weakest link. So I really enjoyed getting to work and grow together and be a part of this wonderful experience. So thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mitchell. I'm part of Unit 1, the Philosophers, and this fall I'll be attending University of Pennsylvania studying data science. And my favorite part about Bison is probably just all the random facts I learned along the process and just knowing so much more about the Constitution and our government than I did before. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anavarth, and I'm part of Unit 5 on the Bison team. I'll be attending the University of Connecticut this fall, studying finance as part of their special program in law. And I'd say one of my favorite parts of Bison is definitely just getting more civically involved, learning more about the Constitution, our current events, and just staying up to date with what's happening in our world. And I think that's something very important today.
Hello, my name is Sasha, and I was a part of Unit 2. This fall, I'll be studying civil and environmental engineering at Princeton University. And I think one of the best things about Bison is just about how immersive the program is. And instead of just memorizing facts from a textbook, you're actually learning by doing. And I think that's one of the most valuable things about the program. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us. My name is Sean, and I was a member of Unit 3. This fall, I'll be studying history and secondary education at the University of Connecticut. And my favorite memory was debating against some of the experts in their field, specifically the circuit court judge, like Ms. Bowen mentioned. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Naomi Mickens. I'm a part of the best unit, Unit 6, and we were the journalists. This fall, I plan on studying political science and government at Rutgers University. My favorite part of Bison has absolutely been seeing my peers who are like-minded and kind of just ready to take on a very crazy world and not hold back on opinions and thoughts of what we want to see in our future. And I'd like to take this moment to personally thank Mrs. Tesoro for showing up for us and showing that leaders are going far beyond the community, but making their connections very individual with each and every one of us. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yashida, and I'm a part of Unit 6. This fall, I'll be studying mechanical engineering at Cornell University. My favorite part about Bison was the evenings with the experts, where I got to bond with my teammates a lot and learned a lot about our questions. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Alec, and I'm the last member of Unit 6. I'll be attending George Washington University studying international affairs next year. And my favorite memory of Bison was getting to debate with my fellow team members on Patriots versus Traitors.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Vikram. I was a part of Unit 2 in Bison at Trumbull High. This fall, I'll be attending UConn, studying finance. And to end it off, I'll say my favorite part about the program, and I think most of my teammates, is that exposure we had to such a high level of debate. I think it really prepared us all to be better leaders, better members of our community in the future, and I was very grateful for that opportunity. Ms. Bowen obviously missed Tesoro's support at the national competition, and thank you all for recognizing us today.
Well, congratulations, everybody. I know everyone in this room is incredibly proud of you and cannot wait to see what you accomplish in your lives. It's an incredibly accomplished group with bright futures. I think we probably want to get some pictures. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Over the years, I've had the opportunity to see many of our We the People teams compete, and they are incredible students. We have lots of incredible students at Trumbull High School, but we've had the honor of witnessing this program for many years. And this year, as the student said, my husband and I, Tom, who's one of the assistants of the team, we made the trip down to Washington, and actually it was in Bethesda, Maryland. And we watched them compete for 2 days. They actually competed longer. We couldn't stay for the last day, but it's just an absolute joy to watch young students be able to compete the way they do, the knowledge they have, but not only the knowledge, that they can convey that knowledge and right on their toes be able to go literally toe to toe with adults that have been judges, lawyers, career people. It was just something to see. I'm just so proud of all of you and can't wait to see what the future holds, because you, just looking at all of you, we know the future is bright. So thank you, guys. And this is Bowen. You know, we all probably can remember a teacher that you had when you were in school that made a difference in your life, because that's what teachers do. They make a difference in your life, some more than others. And Mrs. Boland, I'm sure, for these students here, has made a difference in your life, right? Yes. Right, an incredible difference. So on behalf of the community, we say thank you. And we have another special award for Mrs. Boland, because while she was down in Washington, she found out that I think that's where you found out, right? That you were, so pretty much that you were going to win another award. That award was, let me see, the Trumbull High School social studies teacher, Katie Bowen. She was recognized in Washington, D.C. as the 2026 Street Law Classroom Champion Award, recipient for her outstanding work in civic and law-related education. So again, that's another great honor that Mrs. Boland received, and it is so well-deserved. So congratulations to her. I do know that we do have some other volunteers and helpers who help this team. Not this year. Well, you have in the past. Commissaro has been a judge for the kids and a practice judge. Anyone else up here do that this year? No?
Jason's done it in the past.
Jason's done it.
I have, and my wife did it this year as well.
Yep.
And your daughter?
Madeline, yes, and we got Georgia's coming up next year, so yeah.
And also, I cannot leave this room without thanking our team mom, Kate Donahue. So she's my liaison with the Trumbull East Foundation. That's her official title. She's our bestie. And she's my like rock behind me. She plans all my practice sessions for me. She gets all the judges for me. So I can just focus on these wonderful darlings and keeping them in shape. And like she gets them snacks, she gets them treats, she gets them everything. She does behind the scenes, whatever I could possibly need. I'm just like, Kate. She's like, yeah, I can figure that out. Like, we can get that done. And she does it. And she's done it for every single team. And I just want to tell one more quick story. The kids don't know about this yet. I got a package in the mail today at school from our tour guide at Nationals. Proud Grandpa Bill. That's what he called himself. So part of Grand Classrooms, we used to have World Strides. World Strides people never came to see the kids compete. This guy sat front row next to them, was crying during the competition watching them perform, was crying during the top 10 day. We did a big family photo. He was in the family photo. And he sent you all beautiful, like, certificate letters and Tootsie Rolls. From what story? The Tootsie Roll story from the Korean War. So look that up. Tootsie Roll story, Korean War. He told us about that. I was like, I've done the DC tour so many times. I never let it up to tour guides. I always do it myself because they usually do it to fifth graders. And I was learning new stuff for him. So they made that much of an impact that this dude took time out of his busy life to wrap all these individually for the kids, to have a framed, he has a, like, kind of like his mantra to life. It's a beautiful quote thing that he put with it, and he did that all for them. I mean, and that's how much they impressed everyone down there. That's their tour guide. I mean, come on. Mitchell, gotta get down. Come on. Come on. All right, make sure you can see. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and congratulations. Obviously, you all are welcome to stay for this very riveting meeting, but as if you are filing out, I'm sure also to all the parents, congratulations. I'm sure this is an incredibly proud moment for you all. So the next thing that we are going to do is the fiscal year 2025 auditor's report. I believe we have Mr. Kyle Connors on Zoom. Can you hear us?
I can. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Madam
Thank
Chair?
you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
shouldn't we have started with public comment?
We decided we're just doing things a little bit differently.
Well, we're going to do public comment.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
most definitely. Thank you. Mr. Connors?
Great. Let me see if I can share my screen appropriately here. And I'll pull up this evening's presentation. I think I can flip this. Perfect. Let me know if you can see that okay.
Yep, we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you for having me this evening. I appreciate it. My name is Kyle Connors. I'm a managing director for CBIZ out of our Providence office, and we serve as the third-party independent auditors of the town of Trumbull. And so this evening, we're going to walk through the 2025 financial statement and audit results with you. Certainly don't hesitate to ask any questions along the way. I'll be happy to answer them to the best of my ability. So if you were to read through the financial statements for 2025, you would read that we have issued an unmodified opinion, which means we've issued a clean opinion of the town's financial statements. There is certainly a lot of work that goes into the audit, and so, you know, a big thank you to the town, Maria and Lisa, and Allison and Peg at the Board of Education. Great people to work with, and so thank you to them for all their assistance. In fiscal 25, total fund balance for the town's general fund decreased by $3.8 million, leaving the town with unassigned fund balance of $26.8 million. Typically, when we measure fiscal health for a municipality, anything between 8 and 16 or 8 and 18% of fund balance compared to the operating budget is considered healthy. And so as of June 30, 2025, the town's general fund balance, unassigned fund balance, I should say, represented 13% of your operating budget. As you can see, over the last 7 years, fund balance has generally steadily increased into 2023, with slight decreases in 2024 and 25. Both of those decreases were largely due to tax appeals and refunds that were given back. In 2025, for the general fund, revenue was under budget by $5 million, predominantly due to property and excise tax, which were under budget by $4.7 million. You know, there's two areas to look at when you're talking about property and excise tax. You've got your collection rate, which we would consider anything over 97% to be a healthy collection rate. And the town of Trumble's collection rate in 2025 was 99.1%. And then the other piece of this is the refunds and tax appeals, which were a little bit over $4 million in fiscal 25, which is why it came in at under budget. So it wasn't a collection issue. Your intergovernmental revenue was pretty consistent with your budget. Your education cost sharing, which can be a challenging area to budget for, was over budget, and so was your vocational agriculture revenue from the state, and that was offset by state funding for sales tax, which was, there was an amendment to the way that revenue was given to communities throughout Connecticut in fiscal 25, which is why it's showing zero. But it wasn't necessarily that the town budgeted for something that didn't exist. It was just a change in Connecticut law. The town's tuition was under budget by $600,000, which is offset by that increase in the vocational agricultural funding from the state. Previously, in earlier fiscal years, the folks that were attending the VOAG school from other communities were paying tuition to the town of Trumbull, and so the state eliminated that and funded it through intergovernmental revenue. And interest income was above budget by $200,000. Expenditures in the general fund were $2.5 million lower than what was budgeted for. The assessor's line was under budget by $268,000 due to lower professional services than anticipated. Education was under budget by $323,000, predominantly due to transportation costs. And the town hall line was under budget by $701,000, which is a combination of contingency expenditures being under budget by $450,000, and your property and liability insurance was under budget by $218,000. The town spent $2.9 million in its ARPA money, leaving $300,000 deferred at year end. As I'm sure you're all aware, those funds are required to be spent by December 31st, 2026. So certainly not a ton left at June 30, 2025. The town has two primary enterprise funds, the WPCA fund and the golf fund. In fiscal 25, the WPCA fund's operating revenue was consistent with the prior year of $9.5 million, and expenditures were higher than the prior year, $11.5 million in 25, $9.9 million in 2024. A portion of that, about $1 million in that change, is due to items that were capitalized in fiscal 24 that are being depreciated and expensed over time. and the remaining 500,000 or so is just an increase in services provided. That fund had an operating loss of $2 million in 2025, leaving the fund with a total net position of just under $100 million, with $29.4 million of that classified as unrestricted net position, which are funds that are available for future operating use. Similarly, the golf fund had operating revenues of $3 million, which was a slight uptick compared to the prior year of $2.9 million. Operating expenses were $2.2 million in fiscal 25, a slight decrease from the prior year of $2.4 million. That golf fund had a net position of $8.3 million at year end, with $3.7 million classified as unrestricted net position. The town had quite a bit of long-term debt activity in fiscal 25. The town refunded $21.5 million worth of bonds, with a $19.4 million refunding bond in October 2024. The town also issued general obligation bonds of $15.7 million in its governmental activities and $1.3 million in its WPCA funds in August of 2024, with an interest rate of 4 to 5%, which matures in 2044. Overall, the state imposes a legal debt limit on the town based upon the current year collections of taxes. And so that legal debt limit is $1.25 billion, of which the town has debt of $130 million related to, so well within the confines of the state requirements. The town participates in 3 private defined benefit pension plans that are outside of the state plans. Typically, when we look at a pension plan, anything that is funded under 60% is considered critical. So the town's general pension plan was funded at 54.4%, but I also think it's important to provide some context because in 2016, 10 years ago, that plan was funded at 30%. So it's consistently grown, 24% over the last 10 years. The town also has 2 police plans, the larger of which is funded at just under 92%. And the new police plan B plan in fiscal 25 is funded at 85.4%. The town also participates in what's called an other post-employment benefit plan, which offers life insurance to retirees. Other than pension, typically it's long-term health insurance. That plan is funded at 3% with a total net OPEB liability of 19.6%. That 3% probably looks small compared to your pension plans, but for a long time, the other post-employment benefit liabilities were generally just no disclosure in the financial statement without any real exposure to your government-wide financial statements. And so, about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even a little bit longer than that, they started to come onto the forefront of transparency. And so most plans are either pay as you go across the state, or they're funded, maybe not much higher than 15% or so. So findings and recommendations, part of the audit process certainly is, looking at your financial information and making sure that, it's being reported appropriately. But it's also, making sure we're looking into internal controls over significant transaction cycles like payroll, like cash disbursements, like taxes and cash receipts, financial close and reporting, as well as looking at your IT controls to make sure there's appropriate user access for the folks that are in your financial reporting system. Making sure that if someone is terminated, their rights are removed, timely. And so we do have a couple of recommendations, the first of which was a significant deficiency finding in the 2025 financial statements, which was that initially the interfund activities did not reconcile. Typically you have interfund activity, loans, receivables between funds. And so we had a journal entry to correct that. And then just a general, not a specific threat that we found in Trumbull, but just continued cybersecurity training. We're hearing more and more often about ransomware and malware within municipalities. So just make sure that training is happening on an annual basis. And if you're not performing vulnerability testing, to make sure that that's being done proactively. third part of our audit, aside from looking at the financial statements and internal controls, is what's called a single audit. And so any community or entity that receives and spends more than $1 million in federal funding and state funding is required to is required to have a single audit. And so we are testing these programs to make sure that they are spent on appropriate items, that they are reported to the state appropriately and accurately, that the vendors that you're utilizing are being procured appropriately. And so we had 5 programs in fiscal 25, your ARPA funds, your special education cluster on the Board of Ed side, the vocational agriculture state program, the town aid road grant state program, and your local bridge program. And so I'm happy to note that we don't have any non-compliance to bring to your attention. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Connors. Does anyone have questions? Yes, Councilman Cinto.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
The total debt is $130 million for the town. Does that also include the $58 million of unfunded pension liability? Or is that added?
That does not. So that does not contribute towards the state's legal statutory requirement.
So,
it's generally just general obligation bonds that are part of that calculation.
so the total town debt technically is $188 million?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but that's disclosed on the face of the financial statements. Yeah, it would be the OPEB. It would be any long-term, what's called compensated absences, which are an estimate of time employees will take off in the future, pension, and then debt. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Regarding the unassigned fund balance representing 13% of the operating budget, do you have data on how that's changed or compares to prior years in terms of percentage?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can certainly get that information over to Maria to disseminate to you. But I know it is a bit of a decrease from the prior year with the decrease in overall fund balance of the 3.8 million. I want to say last year was about 16%, if I remember correctly, but I'll make sure to disseminate that information to Maria.
Okay. I have a couple other questions.
Go ahead.
The property and excise taxes that were under budget by $407 million. You said that's due to refunds and appeals. Was that like a singular, like really big one that we lost, or was it a collective, a lot of small ones?
So it was 4.7 million as opposed to the 407. I think there was like 3 or 4 that were recurring in both fiscal 24 and fiscal 25. So it wasn't. It was just a few appeals, not like a plethora of small items.
So a couple big ones, not
Yep.
a bunch of little ones. Okay. All right, that's it for me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Massaro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 questions. I want to go back to the town's debt of $130 million. You mentioned there's a state formula for the cap for our town. You know what that is?
Yep. Do you want to know what the formula is?
Well, I'd like to know what the product of the formula would be. What is our maximum debt we
Sure.
be allowed?
Yep. So it's just over 1.26 billion. Excuse me. So you're well within that legal limit.
1.26 billion. Okay.
Correct. It's
thank you.
based on the annual property tax collections.
Okay.
I think it's like 7.5 times your annual collections.
Thank you for that stunning number. Second question, can you describe what interfund receivables and payables are? You said there
Yeah,
was
sure.
a shortfall
A lot
in
of
the
times-
reconciliation. What is that?
Sure. Yeah, a lot of times, so municipalities are made up of funds, right? So you have your ARPA fund, you have your general fund, you have, a whole, your education grants fund. Everything is fund based, so everything has its own separate trial balances. Typically speaking, in an ideal world, you'd have one bank account for each fund, right? But in municipal auditing, you end up with a community that has anywhere from, 30 to 50 funds. Typically, you're not going to have that many bank accounts, one on one for each. And so the cash is generally maintained in the general fund. And then through a series of receivables and payables, interfund activity exists where, you're kind of spending out of your ARPA fund, for example. That's probably a bad example, but, rather than moving the cash over to spend it, the general fund floats the balance sheet costs. And so you end up with reconciliation of interfund activity at the end of the audit that we need to audit and make sure that it nets to zero. So in fiscal 25, it did not.
Did the funds that you studied, I assume they did not include anything related to the Board of Ed?
Correct. We didn't have any issues reconciling the Board of Ed activity.
Did you have funds for the library, Parks and Rec, that were involved in this reconciliation?
I don't recall the exact fund off the top of my head, but I don't think the library or Parks and Rec were part of that reconciling issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Yes, just on that same point about the not reconciling, how far off was it?
So it was roughly $1 million of balance sheet activity that we could not reconcile. We ended up reporting it as a finding.
Was it, again, same sort of concept, is that like attributed to one particular line item, multiple line items?
I don't recall. I know that eventually it got posted to the general fund to clear it up. I can't recall off the top of my head what the other, or if we were able to identify specifically what other funds were causing it, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. I will thank you so much, Mr. Connors, for your report this evening. Thank you. And we are going to have, absolutely, thank you. We're going to have Melissa McGarry from TPOD come up and give us results of the Prevention Partnership Student Survey results.
Definitely going to need that. And I think we're going to bring up my slides. There we go. Perfect. Well, that's firing up. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come talk to you about what TPOD learned in our most recent set of student surveys. Great. My name's Melissa McGarry. I'm the Prevention Director, and I work with TPOD, Trumbull's Prevention Partnership. Okay, this should... There we go. For those of you who don't know, TPOD is a community coalition. We were formed in 2006 to address high underage drinking rates in the town of Trumbull. Our name derives from our original name, which was Trumbull's Partnership Against Underage Drinking. Over the last 20 years, our focus has evolved to address emerging substance use trends, as well as mental health needs across the lifespan. Our mission is to prevent substance misuse, promote social and emotional health, and build a safe and healthy Trumbull. You typically see me, but I am representing a large group of people who have been meeting regularly for the last 20 years. We have anywhere between 25 to 30 people who attend our monthly meetings. I think we're probably the best attended coalition in the state of Connecticut. I want to thank all of you who have been at the table at one point or another during your journey, and I want to thank Kirsten Nauman, who's our prevention coordinator, and Lori Hayes O'Brien, who is our volunteer chairperson. But just so you can see some of the partnerships that we have built across the community to do this important work around prevention. And we're very grateful for the time and energy that many of the wonderful people in town have committed to our purpose. Our work, the work that we do, does fall into a bunch of different buckets. We're doing quite a lot of education and outreach, looking at substance use access, thinking about enforcement of the laws and rules, looking at ways we can support people who do need help. We do quite a lot of policy work. That's educating lawmakers and working with those legislators, both at the local and state and federal level, on substance use policy, and then doing quite a lot of education. Underpinning all of that is our evaluation. So we use qualitative and quantitative data collection to measure the progress and kind of take the temperature of our young people, their families, their beliefs, and their behavior. So today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the surveys that we conducted in our schools at the end of 2025. We have been collecting student survey data since 2007. So right now we're collecting every 2 years, so we're in our 9th iteration. Thanks to the partnership with the schools, we are able to survey all students in grades 7 to 12th, which is wonderful. The survey is completely anonymous. For the first 7 iterations, we did it with paper. We are now using online surveys. We don't track IP addresses. We can't see who's responding. Parents are notified by the school and by the superintendent of the surveys, and they are given the option of withdrawing their children if they don't want them to participate. And the only question that is actually required is, what grade are you in? So students are able to skip any question that they're not comfortable with or they may not know the answer to. It has skip patterns built in, so if students answer that they have done a certain behavior, they get additional questions that build on what their previous responses were. So it's a responsive survey. And we work with an outside evaluator who looks at the results, and she is much smarter than I am at this stuff. She is one of 3 evaluators in the state who have worked together to build a regional youth survey question data bank, so we can actually compare results against other Fairfield County towns who are using the same survey questions. It's based on national and state level prevention surveys, so we're all using the same language. And it was established with the support of other professionals in the field of survey development, prevention, public health, mental health, and education. The fact that it is our own survey allows us to expand it and add to it as new things emerge. So in this iteration, we asked students about smartphone attitudes and behaviors. We were able to add some of the new nicotine products like oral pouches, and we were the first coalition, I believe, to add questions about to those kids who have been using substances, whether they have ever tried to quit or cut back. So we got some really interesting data on that I'll cover in a little bit. We do review the responses, and if surveys are missing massive, large amounts of missing data, we just exclude those surveys, and it's calculated at a 95% confidence level by our evaluator. We had an 88% overall response rate at the end, which 80 is considered great, so we are well above where we would hope to be. And so we continue to have probably one of the largest sets of longitudinal data about student attitudes and behavior of anyone doing this work in the state, which guides everything we do. Overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about demographics, some protective factors, individual, family, school, and community, some risk factors, and some next steps and opportunities for those of us who are going to use this information to plan going forward. I know that some of you may have, this is kind of a subset of the data. I could keep you all day talking through our results. If there's anything you're particularly interested in, the survey report lives on the TPOD website, as does all previous ones. And if there's anything else that comes out of this that you want us to dig into for you, we will happily do that. But in terms of who answered the survey, 48% were male, 50% were female, and 2% responded that they were transgender, non-binary, or unsure. We are seeing the changing diversity in our school system. So 60% of the students were white, 27% Hispanic, 14% multiracial, 13% Asian, 8% Black, and 5% other races. Those other races included everything from Pacific Islanders. We also have a growing population of Middle Eastern and North African, and so we've been able to collect that for the first time ever, which was really interesting. In terms of sexual orientation, 85% describe themselves as heterosexual and 11% as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or unsure. And in terms of supports and services, we did ask the students if they had an IEP, a 504 plan, or participated in the multi-language learner program. And those were the percentages that responded affirmatively. We did have a chunk of kids who just didn't know if they had an IEP, so we figured if they didn't know. But these are the ones that said that they did. Protective factors. So in the science of prevention, we want more protective factors. Those are those characteristics associated with a lower likelihood of negative outcomes or that reduce risk factors impact. And then risk factors are those characteristics both at, internally, psychologically, within families, communities, or cultures that are associated with a higher likelihood of negative outcomes. We sometimes use asset language. So we want more assets. The more assets a child has, the less likely they're gonna suffer the negative outcomes of some of these behaviors. So we're gonna talk a little bit about some of the family and community protective factors that we want our students to have. Trusted adult is a big, we want all students to have a trusted adult who is not a parent. That's been shown to be tied to positive outcomes for young people. So 86% of our students said they had a trusted adult. They had a connection to a trusted adult. Those trusted adults were most commonly were people like family friends and grandparents, but also teachers and counselors and coaches. So lots of people in young people's lives to help guide them. 85% of our teens reported that they had a positive self-image, which was things like feels in control of your future, is looking forward to the next stages. So that's also really high, so we were happy about that. We do see subgroups. So, TPOD, we do prevention at the universal level. So there are things that we do that every student gets. And then we're looking at what those groups of kids are who may not be, we might need to be thinking about. And we did find that higher rates of youth who reported not having a trusted adult and were our Asian and our Black students, our Hispanic students, those gender and sexual minorities, and then those that reported poor mental health. So those kids that did report that they had poor mental health, which I'm going to talk about in a bit, they were less likely to say that they had a trusted adult. So that is something to obviously think about. In terms of knowledge of the mental health resources, this is 7th to 12th grades. 56% said they were aware of the resources outside of school. 32% said in school. We would like this number to be a whole lot higher, and we're doing some student focus groups over the summer to think about, did we ask the question right? Because sometimes you want the question to mirror what you've been putting out in the world. So we ask the question the way other coalitions ask the question because it's out of this data bank. But we have posters all over the school that said, "Feel stressed, feeling anxious? Here's where you can get help." But then we ask the question is, if you had a mental health challenge. So we want to figure out whether we just need to align this a little bit. Overall, 61% of students know where to go to get some kind of mental health support. There was a really great activity. The My Friend Abby Club last week for May is Mental Health Month did a massive 988 push in the Commons at lunch, and that was really successful. So I think they reached their peers maybe a lot more effectively than we do, but TPOD provided financial support for that. There were 988 bracelets and stickers, and so we're really excited when we get the chance to work with the students to get that information out there. Male students were significantly lower, had significantly lower rates of knowing where to get help compared to their female classmates. So that might be something to think about how we reach our male students. We look at pro-social activities because I don't know about you, I'm a firm believer in the keep them busy, keep them tired parenting philosophy, and we want to see what our kids are engaged in and what kind of pro-social activities they're involved in. So the green bars are good, the blue bar is a never, rarely, and then we dug in because we wanted to see what percentage of kids really didn't have any engagement, and there were 404 teenagers between the middle school and the high school that had virtually like no real engagement in pro-social formal activities outside of school. So that's something to think about. And the groups that reported the lower rates of sports and club involvement included our Black and multiracial youth. So certainly something to think about. When we get students that are struggling, we do try to get them connected to something pro-social. And so this is a big piece of the work that Parks and Rec and the schools and are doing to try to engage kids. Some other community protective factors. We asked them about connectedness. We asked them how connected did they feel to the adults in school, adults outside of school, youth in school, the community where they live. All those numbers have increased since 2023. A lot of times, I don't live and die by individual numbers. We're looking at trend lines. So to see a trend line moving, continuing to go up is encouraging. School domain, overall, we had a pretty high percentage of kids who said, I feel like my teachers care about me, my classmates care about me, and the school staff care about me. So those numbers are also trending positively. And then 70% said the adults in Trumbull value youth. That is also higher than it has been in the past. So all those numbers are kind of moving the same direction. You're going to notice a little bit of a trend here. That same group that we saw on the past slides saying that they had lower awareness of resources, they also reported less connection to their schools and their communities. So some definite through lines on student population subgroups that we want to be thinking about. We'll talk a little bit about risk factors. So we ask about gambling, gaming, technology, social media, substance use, and mental health concerns. I'm not going to go as deep into social media and gambling and gaming as I would do, but we have some really interesting data on how that impacts kids that I will kind of touch on. So we've started asking more questions about gambling, and I know this group has asked me about gambling prevention in the past. We did not see big upticks, which I think we were quite surprised about. So this is grades 7 to 12. So we looked at this and we were like, this isn't really what I expected. So we had the evaluator dig in by high school boys. And as the mother of a college-age boy, and Kirsten also has two young adult sons, so we know this is a thing, right? And we know that they're now walking around with casinos in their pockets and the ability to bet on sports and down to the micro level is something we're certainly concerned about. So you do see a big some numbers to maybe think about when we're talking about our high school students. And we did this survey in November. We didn't ask about prediction markets, which isn't considered gambling. It's trading. So that's a whole different question. But we had a small subset, some tiny numbers. Like we asked about like the really negative consequences, and so we did find a couple of percentage points of kids who said they had gotten in a bit more than they could afford. We're going back to try to win more, borrowed money, sold something. So we will keep assessing this. We are looking for opportunities to add gambling prevention education. I know we talked about it in this year's 9th grade forum for the first time. We've had some really interesting conversations with some of the coaches and health teachers at the high school about how to get some more information in. A lot of the curricular materials are really targeted at college kids. Not so much in high school yet, but I think we're going to see more and more of it just because it's become so prevalent in our society. We asked about smartphones. 67% of our students have tried to reduce their phone usage. That's 7th to 12th grade. 46% felt it limits their productivity. 52% said of our high school students said they spend too much time on their phones. So they're pretty self-aware. I think there was a pretty significant percentage that say they spend 3 or more hours a day on their phone. Like 24% said they spend 5 or more hours a day on their phone, and you have to assume there's a little bit of underreporting there as well. a pretty significant percentage said, 33% said it has, and sometimes, often, always, negative impact on my mental health. We asked about social media, and what was interesting is the idea that we asked them about the benefits and the detriments, and almost all kids report both. It's never purely bad, and we have to kind of think about how we talk about social media with our kids, because there are positive aspects to it for them. They feel more connected, they feel more engaged, they feel like they're more involved. But at the same time, there are the negative consequences as well, and oftentimes it's the same students reporting both. Same with gaming. So we asked about gaming and some of the consequences, and same thing, especially for a lot of our young men. Gaming is how maybe they are connected to their friends. Gaming might be also how they derive their self-esteem because they're good at a game, and so you have to balance that with some of the negatives, which are kids reported that they were hearing and seeing things their parents would find unacceptable. Things were going off social media or off gaming and becoming physical confrontations, and so there's definitely the flip side of it's a tool and it's also a risk. So thinking about how we use that and how we talk to kids about it when we're talking about risk is really important. In terms of mental health concerns, we have asked this question. Some of you know we've been asking this question, I think, since the beginning of time. We ask kids about sources of high, extreme stress, anxiety, or worry. And we split it out here between 7th grade and middle school and high school. And one of the things that I always find really fascinating is that our middle schoolers identify expectations of the future as one of the highest sources of their stress, along with their academics, which is just really always, I find that really fascinating, that they're feeling that kind of academic pressure really young, and then carrying that with them as they go off into high school. And what that looks like, I'm sure many of you anecdotally probably know what that looks like. And some of it's stress to be on the right track, to be on the right path in middle school, the right math class, the right whatever. But the fact that 21% of our middle schoolers say college and post-high school planning is a source of extreme stress in the middle school is something to think about. And the messaging is coming from home, it's coming from other places, so how that looks. All the rates have decreased except social scene among 7th and 8th graders. So that one ticked up quite a bit, but everything else seems to be kind of creeping down a little bit, between both our middle school and our high school. So high school, I think it's probably those of you who have worked with high school students or have parented high school students, none of that's probably very surprising. It's just, that's extreme stress. There's good stress, right? So we want to think about how we message some of these pressures on our kids. We asked about so we ask questions, when we ask questions about mental health and about substance use, we typically use like a past 30-day measurement, which means like it's kind of current. And then we added questions around mental health past year. So we wanted to know, like, what had you been struggling with in the past, but also what is kind of a now issue for you. So we did ask about anxiety, depression, and loneliness. And you can see anxiety really does tick up as our students get older, but depression and loneliness kind of stay pretty stable through high school. All rates have decreased from 2023, and all the rates have decreased a lot since we did the survey in 2021 as kids were kind of coming out of COVID. But you can see, like, the anxiety. The depression question is very specific. I think young people use anxiety a little more loosely than maybe adults do. But the depression question is like did you feel so sad or hopeless that you didn't do your normal activities for 2 weeks? So it's a pretty specific, pretty extreme. The anxiety question is, did you feel so anxious that you didn't do your normal activities? So we do ask that question. So you're seeing, some higher rates of anxiety than you are seeing depression or loneliness. Past year, so this is some other mental health challenges. We put the ends on this because we always try to, even low numbers, when you extrapolate it to a school the size of Trumbull High, can be some pretty significant numbers when you're thinking that each of those percentage points are children and students. But we did have a pretty significant jump in the percentage of middle school students who reported having thoughts of self-harm. We weren't able to ask whether they were suicidal thoughts, and we did not ask about suicidal attempts, but we were able to ask about self-harm thoughts, and that's only the second time we've been able to ask that question. The high school number dropped, the middle school number popped up. It was, I think, 13% 2 years ago. So, I mean, in terms of, that's a pretty significant jump. We did have a suicide loss at the middle school level last year, so it's potential that it prompted kids to think, like, would I do that? You know, is that something I could envision for myself? So this might be something that more qualitative data collection needs to happen, because it's just a data point on a survey. But we just thought that this is really important. The other thing that jumped out, we asked, if you had one of these mental health challenges, have you spoken to an adult? And only 1 in 3 of the students, only about 32% of the students who reported one of these 3 challenges had actually spoken to an adult. So there's a takeaway message for us there. I think we all need to, I'm sure they might be talking to their peers. We now have to worry about they're talking to a chatbot, which we certainly didn't have that in the survey, and we will probably have to add that as well going forward. And that might also be a qualitative focus group question to explore. So that's past year. We dug down into which groups were struggling or were more likely to be struggling with depression, and overall the 7th to 12th grade rate was 16%, but you did see some of those same groups we've been talking about. Gender minority, sexual minorities, and then some of our racial minorities reporting, and then females reporting higher rates of depression. But here's where we get to compare it to other towns in Fairfield County. So you can see that we are kind of in the middle. Some towns a little bit lower than us, one quite a bit higher, but we can see that we're kind of benchmarked kind of in the middle with the other districts that do this kind of survey work and are also doing quite a lot of. The reason all these districts are doing the survey work is they have prevention coalitions that are as robust as and have had grant funding to do these surveys. And they're recent. Like Westport did theirs a couple years before, so their data's not as can't really be compared to ours. In terms of substance use, this is the risk factor that we have been surveying the longest. So this is where we have the lion's share of our data. And what we've seen over since 2007, which we did our first survey. Before that, we participated in RIASEP's county survey. We had 49% of our 7th to 12th graders had reported past 30-day alcohol use, and that number was really high for high school students. So you can see we're now down to 9% with alcohol, and the numbers have dropped for binge drinking, vaping nicotine, and for marijuana. So this is 7th to 12th graders. So this does include our middle schoolers who have very, very, very low substance use rates. And this next slide should show you grades. So when folks say to me, I know there are more high school kids drinking, yes, we do see that older high school students are drinking at higher rates than their younger peers. But when we started this work, we had a pretty significant number of middle school students who were drinking, and that has really been pushed. Age of onset has been pushed much later. Doing the work I do, we think about age of onset, potency, and frequency. Those are the 3 benchmarks of problem use. So we want to push the age of onset as late as possible, especially with some of these high potency products like our marijuana products and some of these nicotine products. We need, their brains are too susceptible. So we want the age of onset to be as old as possible. We do see the jump is now for alcohol tends to be kind of get your license time, so kids have more freedom. And then we see high school, we're still battling the belief that parents can let their kids learn how to drink safely at home before they head off to college, that nobody wants to send their kids off with no alcohol experience, although the data, all sorts of research says you can't teach your kids to drink safely if they're binge drinking, which tends to be the way Americans do it. So that number is much better than it was when we started, when we had 70% of our high school students had drank in the past 30 days. So that's where we started, 70%. And now we're down in the 20s. So we're really proud of this. I mean, nationally, that's been the trend. In other statewide, that's been the trend, but our decline has been much more dramatic than other towns, which I think I have a slide for that. Yes. This is the past 30-day alcohol rates at those same towns. So look where Trumbull is. And this is, and then look at some of the other communities. Other communities are still grappling with big parties, middle school drinking, some dangerous alcohol behaviors that we have not seen in Trumbull to the extent that we did back in the day. So good news there. I sometimes get asked, are students honest? The research does say that students are honest. There may be some underreporting, but I don't believe our students are less honest than Darien, Fairfield, Greenwich, or Stratford. And they're taking the exact same survey, administered in the exact same way in their schools. So you have to assume that looking in relationship to each other, that there's some really good news here. And once again, you're looking at trend lines. I don't think these kids are less honest than the ones 2 years ago or 4 years ago or 15 years ago. This was a really interesting data point, and I have to thank Dr. Semmel for this one because he suggested we ask about attempting to quit. So we asked the kids who had actually used the substances as if they had ever tried to reduce their use, quit, or stop. And 1 in 2 of our youth who have used marijuana and nicotine said they have tried to reduce their use or quit using. So that's some evidence that they're seeing that the products or their use are not healthy or not good for them. So that's a really interesting data point because it does highlight. And I came to you in the fall or earlier this year, to apply for a nicotine prevention grant, and we did get it. So we will be doing some cessation work, nicotine cessation work with a $10,000 grant, 1 year $10,000 grant that we're excited to do some more cessation work because that's not really been our wheelhouse in the past. It's really been prevention. Changing the norms, we ask a lot of questions. So when we're doing prevention work, we have core measures. We think about what does a student think their parents think? What do they think their peers think? How risky do they think it is to use? And how easy is it to get? And we have seen some real changes. I have graphs I could show you for hours, but we've really seen the perceived risk of substance use has increased dramatically across all substances: alcohol, prescription drugs, marijuana, nicotine. So we are seeing that they do seem to understand the risk of these, and it's also praise for our evolving health curriculum, because I think they're doing some really good work about no health terrorism. We're not trying to scare kids anymore. We want to give them real facts, real information about these products, about the companies that make these products and the way they're being marketed to them. And I think it resonates with kids in a way that maybe old health didn't really work. Perception that it's easy to get alcohol, marijuana, and nicotine have also declined, although social access seems to be the most common way. So kids are getting alcohol and vapes either from their homes or from older friends and family members, so we have to think about that. When we started, kids thought their friends all approved of alcohol use, and we've seen a big increase in the number of kids who say, my friends wouldn't think this is good for me, which is great. And then parental disapproval. So we've seen a real change in how it's not viewed as a rite of passage anymore to have our kids drinking. So we're seeing parental disapproval up quite a lot since we started, which is also great. This is one of my favorite slides when I work with parents because we look at the kids who say their parents disapprove, and we look at whether they used. And the kids who reported that their parents had little or no disapproval were almost 9 times more likely to drink than the kids who knew their parents do disapprove. And as a parent who feels that sometimes you don't have any power, this is like all the power right here. And it looks the same with cannabis as well. The kids who know their parents disapprove of cannabis, the kids who know their parents disapprove of vaping nicotine are significantly less likely to be doing it. So that's the own your power to parents. And it's a big part of why we have a 9th grade forum that includes parents and guardians, not just kids. Perception, this is the bugbear in my work. The kids aren't doing it, but they think everybody else is. they say their friends, and they will say, my friends say it's bad for me, but I think all those other kids out there are doing it. And it's not just Trumbull, it's like every community that does this work, there's a disconnect. The kids who don't do it think all it, and social media is part of that. Kids are pretty open on, on apps like Snapchat that they're doing things, and the kids who aren't quite as loud about it. But we have some work here to do because there is a perception. There's also a perception because if you have a handful of kids who are in the bathroom using vapes because they're addicted to nicotine and they're in the bathroom every time I go to that bathroom at that passing period at high school and they're always there, you start to extrapolate that to be a much bigger population than it probably is. And it doesn't take too many kids to crowd a bathroom. And remember, we have, it's a big school. So if we have 3% of 2,200, it can still be a pretty significant number of kids. But once again, we are chipping away at that. So what does that mean for TPOD? We took the data and we kind of took some initial thoughts on how we would adapt our prevention work in light of what we've learned with this survey data. So things like we've done a lot of resource awareness, a lot of like, here's where you can get help. And we realized that what we probably should be doing is pivoting to doing more help-seeking norms. So how do you not only where do you get help, but how do you start that conversation, particularly for parents and caregivers? Because it's a hard conversation to have if you think your child is struggling with a mental health challenge. Oftentimes you don't know where the next steps are, but you don't even know how to have that conversation. You don't know what behavior, what's typical teenage behavior, moody behavior, what's maybe a problem. So more how to start a conversation, information for parents. We want to work on connecting those kids who maybe have started using to quit resources that are becoming more abundant. So that's important. Thinking about that digital wellness and technology, I didn't spend too much time dwelling on that, but we can't be using abstinence messaging for these devices. And we need to be talking about digital self-management skills, family media plans. We have partnered up with the Trumbull Parents United for Smart Tech Health, TPUSH. They actually operate almost as a subcommittee of TPOD, so we've been working closely with them because we know the work does interact with each other. Peer norm misperceptions, we need to be doing more positive social norm campaigns. That's the telling the kids, making sure they understand how many of their peers are actually making good choices so that maybe we get in there and help them understand that they are not alone. And thinking about how we integrate those messages into all those other communities within the school, athletics, advisory, health classes, parents. And then continuing to look at access to alcohol, which continues to be mostly home-based. And we also, as I've mentioned, speaking to you many times before, looking at retail access to some of the things, whether it's alcohol or nicotine products or contraband cannabis products. But also thinking about how do we look at those key transition times for teens, like that getting ready to go off to college. We did just do a program with the driving school that does driver's ed for Trumbull High, so we gave them some more detail. We created for them some more detailed cannabis impaired driving information because there's a lot of misinformation that's targeting kids about how dangerous it is to use cannabis and drive or be in the car with someone who's using cannabis and driving. So we've been looking for those opportunities to catch families at other places that we hadn't up till now. Lots of work still to be done. It is really a pleasure to do this work in this community. I appreciate all of your support. I appreciate the First Selectman's support, who was one of our founding members. We're really fortunate. I'm always open to questions or suggestions if you want to reach out to me, but I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you for this information. Just one question. In the survey itself, is there an open dialogue box where a student can list, maybe if the question is formatted properly, a resource or some information that would be helpful for them in each one of these components?
Yeah, and unfortunately with the size of the population, like we really can't do free text boxes. It's very cumbersome. It's why we also look to do the qualitative gathering piece. So we'll be doing parent and caregiver focus groups. We'll be doing student focus groups to ask them behind some of these. We embed some information for the students. So there were 988 mental health resources embedded in the survey, so that if someone was answering those questions, it did remind them, like if this is causing you hard feelings, you can go see your counselor. Also, 988 is available to you, call, text, chat. So we tried to embed some resources in. It's just really hard with that number of, with like 3,000, over 3,000 responses to like gather.
What's the, how do you collect the data? Is
SurveyMonkey.
SurveyMonkey?
Yeah, you can do it, but
Yeah.
not. It just isn't. It probably also isn't very financially, like, it's an expensive survey.
Yeah.
We're lucky that we have the grant funding to do it.
Mhm.
But if you start getting with people who have to then code those, because we used to do it with when we had the paper version, kids would sometimes write things, and we would try to like code and gather and analyze, and it gets a little tricky and expensive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to thank you for the presentation, and it's important to see how adults play into the picture for assisting with mental health. Was there any questions that talked about interpersonal, like peer-to-peer, like bullying or anything like that that could potentially get more information as to why there might be certain minority groups that are feeling like higher rates of anxiety, depression, or anything like that?
Not I think the way you're asking. We
Okay.
ask about bullying in terms of like social media and gaming. Like, did you experience that through those channels? But not the way I think. I mean, there's a climate survey that the school is required to do every year. I don't even know if that would really drill down to the level that I think we'd all be interested in. Bullying's a tricky word in terms of schools. For those of you who work in schools, you know that like the state's definition has changed in recent years. So what we used to call bullying now it's different now. It's always something we think about, and I think you probably could, and we have done, is kind of drill into those kind of subpopulations and then cross-tabbed against the do I feel connected, do my peers care about me, and we can get a good picture. But I think there's some more exploring to do.
Thank you.
Hope that helps.
Yeah, just thank you again for everything in the presentation. I know as a fifth grade teacher, we used to have DARE a long time ago, but I mean, we've seen a huge drop in the drugs and alcohol. Do you have programs or anything where you're thinking of heading down to the fifth grade level at some of these uptick areas like anxiety, depression, or self-harm? Because that's certainly something we would see more at a fifth grade level than the drugs and alcohol.
DARE has changed. So those of you who kind of remember the DARE of the day when you learned about a drug and then you wrote a paper, and then you read your papers and your parents watched. It looks different now. It's actually a really good program. It's called Keeping It Real, and it's skill based. So it's how to communicate effectively, how to be a good student, how to self-advocate, refusal skills. So it's more the inside stuff, and we love it. Unfortunately, and I have an entire 4 boxes of materials in my office because unfortunately we lost DARE when we lost Keeping It Real during COVID, when we lost one of the middle school SROs, because it's a great program because the middle school SROs go into those 5th grade classrooms, and it's like 10 classroom sessions. So it's a lot of classroom time, and once we didn't have enough SROs to do that, we had to kind of pull it back. We are trying. Chief Lombardo loves it. The SROs love it. We did during COVID, and we got an award for this. As we thought, like, what can we do instead? So we took our 2 SROs and Trumbull Community Television, and they boiled down some of the lessons, and we filmed them. And it still sits on our website, and we can push it out to 5th grade parents because it kind of boils down those messages. And also they get to see Officer Wes, who's going to be their SRO in the middle school. So we did try to find some workarounds in the absence of the DARE. I do agree. I think you're seeing a lot more. I can't speak to the mental health efforts that are happening at the elementary school. We have done some programs we do a family wellness game night with Tashua Elementary School in January, which is super fun. It's social emotional wellness and physical wellness, and we play self-care bingo, and they do yoga poses with the mascot, and so I know they're doing it at the elementary school. I can't speak to whether it's a building by building effort or whether we've got some really great mental health staff in the district, and I know they're talking. They're really talking with those kids. We would love to support elementary school. The earlier, the better. Frankly, I agree. 5th grade, it should start earlier. You're welcome.
I definitely remember that Tashua wellness thing, but that's really a Tashua PTA effort, right? And they
It
reach
was.
out to you and ask you. So if, maybe this is just a public call out, if other PTAs want to do a similar partnership.
And I
but-
presented to the PTA council.
Okay,
So
that's cool.
And then I've spoken to some of the other wellness reps for each school. So I know there's some interest,
Yeah.
I think, at Frenchtown and Middlebrooks, and we've been talking. We're ready when they are. Like,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
definitely good. I mean, my experience there was a couple years back because now my kids are middle schoolers. Speaking of that, I wanted to just pull a thread on one finding that you talked about, which was that the kids that have the poorer mental health are the same group that are less likely to have a trusted adult, and outside of their parenting, family unit. I'm a parent of 2 kids that are in 7th grade, and one of them has really, really severe mental challenges, and he literally does not have a trusted adult, but that's mostly because he has such anxiety and distrust of adults built in, right? Like the middle school staff has been trying super hard, and they can't break through to him because he has this wall up. I've been trying, and his dad and I have been trying super hard to find him a therapist he can bond with, and it's been years of that. So it's sort of a really tough problem to crack, because there's got to be some population of people, in addition to what my son is experiencing with anxiety, that just aren't quite reachable, but yet they're the population that needs to be reachable. So
And some of the kids have trusted adults in the school and some don't, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I even asked my own child who, sailed through high school. I said, "Did you have what you would call a trusted adult in this school?" And she was like, "Nah."
Right. I think
so
not
every kid, is gonna needs, as long as they have someone,
Yeah.
and it's hard for some kids, and those kids who are struggling, it can be it can be chicken or the egg too, right? Like
at least
not
my
having a trusted
individual
adult
kids.
makes it harder, but having a challenge makes it harder to connect with.
Yeah,
an adult
at least
as well.
my particular kid is having that as a treadmill issue that we're dealing with. But I wanted to ask just a quick question about, you were talking about some of those qualitative focus groups that you do. I'm just curious. I understand the concept of doing those among like the caregiving, like parent guardian community, but if the hallmark of your survey is that it's anonymous for kids, how do you go about recruiting people to be part of a focus group, and are kids reluctant to do that?
We don't ask them, we never ask kids to speak about themselves. So it's more of, we'll be asking more of like, what do you think your peers would say about this? What do you think what have you observed? So we are very careful. I don't do them. We have evaluators who do them, who are trained to do this. And yes, we would never ask a student about their own specific. We would say, what do you think the unofficial rules are? What are kids saying about this? But, we never ask them to share any personal information.
And how often are you doing focus groups, and how much does that get reported out in your overall finding?
We haven't done them in a few years, so that's why we really want to gear up this year. So we've been looking at doing both with some formal groups of kids who are already gathering. So and maybe some of the clubs, it would make sense to me, probably not this school year, but maybe early in the school year, to meet with the Shades Club at Trumbull High to talk to those kids about what their experience is like. But we've been looking at, and then we will open them up. We're hoping to have them at the library, and we'll open them up. We'll try to offer some incentives, and then we're looking for opportunities to get to parents in places that they might already be. So SLAM has a middle school pool party at the end of the summer. Those middle school parents are going to be dropping those kids off for that pool party. Can we grab them, give them pizza, and talk to them? So we're going to be looking for those opportunities. And if you have any ideas or groups of kids or groups of parents that we can tap into, we'll hold one focus group with PUSH, because they have a pretty good group of parents of younger students that we can tap into as well. Thank you.
Actually, just small, for the grant funding that you had for the first 5 years, which then came back again, and then I know we were having issues, then ARPA came out, and we were able to go through that. Have you been able to access are there any federal or state funds that we are able to apply for at this point, or are you still searching?
We are waiting right now to hear about the state grant that you all authorized me to apply for, which would be a 5-year, $125,000 a year. Connecticut's giving out 10 of them. We haven't heard back. It starts July 1, so we're hoping to hear. The federal funding has really dried up, and we are hearing. So we had a CDC grant called the Drug-Free Communities Grant, and you had 5 years, and then you apply for another 5 years, and it's virtually unheard of not to get the second 5-year. And 3 out of the 6 Connecticut coalitions who applied for year 6 did not even get read. They just got screened out, and we don't know, we're not sure why. So there's less grant funding at the federal level, and so that's tricky for us. So we're looking at the state grant. There's also, we do have the benefit of some opioid settlement dollars that are coming into the town, which are specifically earmarked for prevention, recovery, treatment. We're offering our expertise to how those can be used to be used strategically. Some towns have just went and spent them without any real thought and planning. So we are helping to think strategically about how those funds can be used to continue the important work and make sure that we are supporting our young people so they can make healthy choices. But yeah, we're going to keep looking for money.
All right. Thank you for that very interesting presentation. We are going to start public comment. And just a couple of reminders. I know Margaret's going to bring up the list. Is there anybody in the room that hasn't signed up for public comment that would like to speak this evening? Okay, thank you. So we are going to start the public comment. Just a couple reminders. We want to try to keep your comments to about 2 minutes, and it needs to be specifically something that is on this evening's agenda. And I guess one thing I will say is we just want to make sure that we are not making any personal complaints or defamatory comments about any member of the town council or any person connected with the town of Trumbull or any individual firm or corporation. Okay, so the first person on our list to speak this evening is Mr. Joe Pivko. You could just state your name and your address for the record when you get up there. The microphone is already on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe Pivko, 158 Plymouth Avenue in Trumbull. Speaking tonight regarding the resolution TC 3146, I'm here to support the appointment of Chris Patinella for the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. I've known Chris for several years and have found him to be an intelligent, ambitious, and hardworking individual who loves his hometown of Trumbull. And he works so hard for the betterment of the town of Trumbull. And we're very fortunate to have someone like that to come forward. When a citizen or a town comes forth to put their time and talent and dedicate it to a board or a commission, they should be treated with respect. And I've sat in many, many committee meetings. I've chaired some of them on LNA. And the subcommittee meeting that I saw him go through was not your finest hour. We should do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Veronica Lenzen.
Good evening, Veronica Lenzen, 129 Fresh Meadow Drive. I'm actually speaking on 3 resolutions, and I'll talk fast, I promise. So first one is Resolution TC 3145. Essentially, the tax assessor determines the amount of value of every home, business, and vehicle in our town. A role with this much financial influence requires regular checkpoints and not a permanent pass. This amendment eliminates public oversight and shows we are settling for convenience. Trumbull residents deserve a permanent tax assessor, but they also deserve a system of checks and balances, and I urge this council to reject the push for an indefinite appointment and demand that we fill this seat the right way. Regarding Resolution TC 3144, to appoint the auditor for the Board of Ed. TC 3156 was passed on July 10th, 2025 to initiate an audit. And nearly 11 months later, we're just identifying an auditor. Why wasn't this a priority in January or February? It was clearly a priority for the Board of Finance when they brought it to the Town Council last July. Also, what happened to the $75,000 the Town Council approved under TC 3157 that same night? And finally, Resolution TC 31-46, regarding Christopher Petnella's appointment to the GBTA Board. I was incredibly disappointed to see the LNA committee meeting turn into a partisan firing range rather than an evaluation of his fitness for the role. This is a transit board appointment, which until recently wasn't even a thought on anyone's mind to fill, and certainly not worthy of a political trial. Our only focus tonight should be whether Christopher is capable, ready, and willing to volunteer for Trumbull. We claim we want the next generation to step up. We saw them all here tonight for We the People. But if we meet eager young volunteers with ideological gatekeeping, we will drive them away. Governing means representing all of Trumbull, including the thousands of residents who don't share the majority's worldview. Disagreement with his political view is not a valid reason to reject him. Let's send the right message tonight. Let's show Trumbull that we welcome our diverse voices and we judge people by their desire to contribute. There are roughly 17 vacancies on boards and commissions in the town of Trumbull. The youth of this town and everyone else are watching how you choose to fill those seats.
Thank you. Next up is Rich Deacon.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Rich Deacon, residing at 679 Garden Street. I'm currently Planning and Zoning Commissioner and an Inland Wetlands Commissioner. I've served on one or both of these commissions since 2009. I'm here to speak in favor of Chris Petnella's candidacy to the GBTA board. Chris's story parallels mine in several ways. We both live in the same district. Both of us started our political careers with a run for council at a young age. He was 18, I was 20. While we both lost our first race, we didn't let one defeat end our desire to serve the people of Trumbull through municipal office. After I lost the council race, I approached town leadership and asked if there were any positions available that I might be a good fit for. Even though I was a 21-year-old college student with no traditional work experience or qualifications, the good people of the council, several of whom are still here today, saw it fit and took a leap of faith to appoint me to the Inland Wetlands Commission with a unanimous bipartisan vote. Now, our municipal boards and commissions, like the council, are staffed by lay people. For example, most of our land use commissioners aren't professionals in landscape architecture or soil science or wetlands engineering. They get a lot of on-the-job training, and with sound judgment and access to trained professionals like the town planner, the town engineer, the town attorney, they render quality decisions that govern our town. I think the town should be encouraging young people to get involved in public service, just as they encouraged me to do when I was Chris's age. We have an opportunity to send a message to young Trumbullites that we still want them to get involved. We can build the future right here, right now. So I urge you to vote yes for the good Mr. Chris Petnella to the GBTA board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Catherine Saris.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am here to support Chris Petnella for the role of Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Commission. I have known Chris for the past 4 years. Chris is a young man who continually goes out of his way to assist classmates and people in our community. Whether the call comes at 5 a.m., 4 in the afternoon, or midnight, Chris is there. A jump to a car that has a dead battery, a widow that needs help shoveling out her driveway. I could go on and on and on. During the past 4 years, I have also seen him continually minimized, opposed, and his name and reputation dragged through multiple unfounded accusations merely because he does not share the viewpoint of those who are in positions of power. But Petnella's spirit has remained resilient and true. He has not given up. He has not backed down. He has something very special: courage. That's unusual in young people today. Now, many of you in this room may disagree with his ideals or positions, but you must respect this young man's character. He does not belong and is not beholden to anyone. He is his own man and makes courageous decisions based on his beliefs. And isn't that exactly the type of young person that we want to have involved in our town government? Isn't that exactly the kind of person most qualified to be appointed to a board or a position? He is intelligent, he will learn, he will grow in and through this position. Please give him a chance, just as we should all want to give opportunities to the many young people, some that we saw here earlier, to be involved and an active part of our community. And just for the record, Catherine Sarris, 601 White Plains Road. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rich Kroll.
Rich Kroll, 34 Wood Avenue. Good evening, Madam Chair and council people. I'm here speaking in regard to Resolution TC 3146 to request that you approve the appointment of Chris Pettinella to the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. First, I want to thank First Selectman Tesoro for putting forward the appointment. I've worked with Chris quite a bit over the past year, and I have found him to be smart, energetic, hardworking, dedicated, proactive, and importantly for this role, he's a team player who successfully collaborates with people of all ages and backgrounds. I'm probably one of the few people in the room who's actually used the Greater Bridgeport Transportation System. I'm a power of attorney and assist someone who's in a nursing home and is wheelchair bound. So when she has to go to appointments or outings, the GBT Para Transport is one of the services that we have used. I can tell you from experience, the service itself is not the most pleasant, not the most reliable, and the customer service leaves a lot to be desired. So, as an entrepreneur and small business owner for several years in a competitive business, I think Chris will bring a valuable set of skills to the board, including a focus on customer experience, while also considering the realities of resource limitations and allocation. As a younger person, he's also on top of opportunities that technology brings. I could continue singing his praises, but I'll leave it there and respectfully request that you approve Chris's nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Richard White.
Good evening. My name is Richard White, 169 Churchill Road. I'm speaking tonight about Resolution TC 3146, appointing Christopher Pettinella as a member of the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. I've known Chris for many, many years. My son and Chris have been friends since Middlebrook Elementary. I was his Cub Scout den leader, and from Tiger Scouts to Webelos, crossing over to Boy Scouts. I've actually spent hours on various bus trips with Christopher, where I was a chaperone and he was a student leader. I've listened to similar appointments over the years. I've been appointed a few times myself. Most of us in this room have. The first selectman vets and appoints a member for a board. There's an interview before a subcommittee, generally with a favorable recommendation, and an interview before the full town council, generally with a favorable vote. Are you a resident of Trumbull? Are you an elector? Are you registered with one party or another? Why are you interested in serving? Will you do the work required and participate in meetings? At the last LNA subcommittee, I heard concerns about a decision to circulate and sign a petition that may have required a special election. Apparently, we have a new criteria based on decision making. But the entire special election process is a product of decisions. Past charter revision commissions have made decisions regarding which vacancies would be addressed in the charter and which would be left to state law. Our General Assembly made decisions in setting a very low threshold of only 20 electors to trigger certain special elections. Our town council made a decision just recently when it adopted an election budget with minimal contingency funding for special elections. The state of Connecticut has intentionally made these elections easy to trigger. State law establishes the requirement for that process, and obtaining the approval of the LNA subcommittee chair is not among that process. The possibility of a special election is a feature of our system, not evidence of poor decision-making by any particular citizen. Every step in the process involved people making decisions that others might disagree with. If disagreement with a political decision becomes the standard for evaluating appointments, then very few of us would survive that test. Christopher is a resident of the town of Trumbull. He's an elector and registered Republican. He will do the work required and participate in meetings. He's both a neighbor and a family friend, and I fully support the First Selectman's appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mark Block.
Thank you. Members of the council, Mark Block, 60 Ridgeview Avenue. I want to speak in favor tonight and encourage you to vote unanimously on Resolution TC 31-46, approving the appointment of Chris Pettinella to the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. Anyone who attended the recent LNA committee meeting or watched the recording afterward should be disappointed by both the direction of the discussion and the nature of many of the questions posed by a member of the majority, because the focus shifted away from the qualifications and responsibilities relevant to the appointment and toward issues that had little bearing on whether he could effectively serve on the GBTA. This is not an appointment to set economic policy. It is not a seat on the Board of Finance, the Ethics Commission, the Economic Development Commission, or any of the nearly 20 board and commission seats that remain unfilled. This is an appointment that was presented to the committee and to the council by the First Selectman. The question before the council tonight should be whether this nominee is capable, thoughtful, willing to serve, and prepared to represent Trumbull responsibly on a regional transit authority. Instead, portions of the committee questioning focused unnecessarily on political affiliation and viewpoints unrelated to the work of the transit authority itself. What troubles me is not the disagreement. Disagreement is healthy and expected. What troubles me is the growing sense that the majority no longer feels the need to give even the appearance of welcoming different viewpoints into the conversation. Now, that may work politically when you control the offices, but governing is different than campaigning. Governing means recognizing that thousands of Trumbull residents didn't vote for you, and they deserve to know that their views are not automatically looked on as illegitimate. You may disagree with this nominee politically. You may disagree with positions he has taken publicly. But unless those disagreements prevent him from carrying out the duties of this appointment, they should not become the basis of denying him the opportunity to serve this community. Tonight is an opportunity for the majority party to demonstrate unanimously that it values civic participation, that it welcomes different voices, and that it judges people by their qualifications, their character, and their willingness to contribute, not by whether they fit comfortably within the majority's political ideology. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is, sorry. Thank you.
Judith DeGraff.
Judith,
Yeah.
come on up.
Yeah, thank you. 323 Unity Road. I'd like to speak briefly on two subjects. The first one spontaneously came up after tonight's presentation, that wonderful presentation on how our students are doing. A few years ago, I asked to speak to the council about technology harm reduction because I'm a member of Connecticut for Responsible Technology, and in that capacity, I've done a great deal of research, but I also fought the cell tower being placed adjacent to Jane Ryan School. Unnecessarily, it was not need-based. I can go into the harm, what it does to our students cognitively, what it does to the anxiety levels. I have been an educator for 40 years, and in that 40 years, I've seen anxiety go through the roof that never seemed to exist before, in addition to cognitive issues. And there are a lot of factors, but that is definitely a part of it. Students don't even know that if they talk like this on the phone, they'll get brain damage. And I would love to be able to give a presentation to this council about these harms. Also, as the mother of a special needs child who went through this wonderful school system, there's a huge problem with our towns, the students, their personal lives, but the finances, because we cannot afford it. Well, I think if we took some proactive steps to make our communities healthier for students, increase their awareness, don't put the ear pods in your ears, don't put the phone next to your head. You will get brain damage from that. And I have primary source materials. I would love a chance to be able to talk because I have not been allowed. It's been denied. That's the first thing. The second point is I support the appointment of Chris. And I'm not going to repeat all the wonderful things that the people here have said just to say I concur, because I know them, I've worked with them. The point I would like to add on top of the wonderful comments, listening, watching these fantastic students up here engaged in this amazing activity and their huge accomplishment. We're all so proud of them. But the one comment that really struck me tonight, that sitting here, somebody said, wow, these kids held their own against judges. They held their own against lawyers and seasoned professionals. Well, I started to think of Chris. Chris is a young man. Apparently he was attacked for his youth, but he has the intellect. He knows the Constitution, and he has the ethics, and he has the work ethic. He's been out there working for our town. So I would think, why wouldn't we want this young man who can hold his own against judges, I guarantee you? Why wouldn't we want him on the board? And my final remark is, when young people are criticized, well, you're too young, you don't have the experience, I think back about the founders of our country, the founders. Most people envision the founders as being guys in gray wigs. No, when we had our revolution, these were young men with testosterone, but they were young men of intellect. They were in their 20s, and some of the founders were in their teens, very young. And when I look at Chris, I see a founder. So please do not hold his age against him. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like our last speaker of the evening will be Sophia Gulino.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Sophia Galino. I reside at 40 Lefford Road. I'm here to speak about Resolution TC 3146. I would like to express my strong support for Christopher Patinella's appointment to the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. What stands out most to me about Chris is his genuine commitment to serving his community. He's the type of person who doesn't wait for somebody else to solve a problem. When there is a need, he steps forward, whether it's helping a community cleanup effort, addressing difficult issue like waste disposal or asbestos concerns, lending a hand wherever it is needed. Chris consistently demonstrates a willingness to do the work. My 14-year-old and 16-year-old boys have volunteered in community events, and I know that they look up to Chris and are motivated by what he's done. Many people are willing to talk about improving a community. Chris is someone who shows up. He's engaged, he's hands-on, and committed to finding solutions. No challenge seems too big and no task seems too small when it comes to serving the people of Trumbull. He doesn't simply identify the problems, he works to address them. I believe these qualities are exactly what we should be looking for in the representative of the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. The position requires somebody who is thoughtful, accountable, willing to ask questions, committed to serve public interest. Chris has demonstrated these qualities repeatedly through his actions. Before I close, I wanted to acknowledge something that feels especially meaningful tonight. Others have addressed it. Earlier, we celebrated the students participating in We the People, the program that promotes civic knowledge, leadership, and public service. Chris Patinella is not much older than the young people that we just recognized this evening, and I believe that his appointment sends a very powerful message. It shows that we value and encourage the next generation of leaders to get involved in their communities, step into public service, and bring fresh perspectives to local government. When young adults, oh, thank God that's off. Freezing. When young adults choose civic engagement, they strengthen our community and help to shape its future. Supporting and encouraging that involvement is an investment in the years ahead. And Chris is an excellent example of what that commitment looks like in action. I respectfully ask the council to support Christopher Petinella's appointment, and I am confident that he will represent Trumbull with integrity, dedication, and a genuine desire to make a positive difference. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Oh, did I skip you? I skipped you.
By accident. I was numbered right after Rich.
It for real was, yeah.
I'm sure.
Please come forward. I'm very, very sorry, Mr. McKeel.
Not a problem. Good evening, Council. Mark McKeel, 27 Edgewood Avenue, Trumbull. My whole lifetime has been spent here in Trumbull. So good evening, Council members. I'm here this evening to speak in favor of Resolution TC 3146, appointing Chris Petinella as the first Selectman's nominee for the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority Board. I was hoping to hear an update, we heard a great survey update. I was hoping to hear a survey update on the Community Senior Center, but I want to thank an absentee, Chairman Gaudiano, for emailing me a response on when we can expect to see that. I watched the May 26th Legislative and Administrative Subcommittee meeting and Mr. Petinella's interview with great interest. Having personally gone through the interview process 3 times under 2 administrations for an appointment to the Inland Wetland Commission, and having attended and observed many recent interviews for political appointments by this sitting town council, I can honestly say, in my opinion, this interview process was disheartening. What should have been a professional interview felt to me more like an inquisition. The questioning went far beyond reasonable vetting and at times appeared as ageism, antagonistic, and unnecessarily political. I encourage members of this body and the audience to watch the May 26th Town Council L&A meeting and judge for yourselves. Tonight, the town has rightfully recognized the participants in the Trumbull High School We the People team for their hard work and dedication. Mr. Petinella, through hard work and dedication, has the potential to become a catalyst for inspiring the next generation in our community to take an active interest in local government, civic engagement, and public service. I respectfully ask that you consider voting unanimously in favor of Resolution TC 3146, appointing Chris Petinella as the first Selectman's nominee to the Greater Bridgeport Board of Transit Authority. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the list of people who signed up to speak tonight. Is there anyone else here for public comment this evening? Anybody here for public comment? I will go ahead and close the public comment at 9:37. Thank you, everyone who spoke this evening. And we are going to move on to our resolutions. We have 4 resolutions on the docket this evening, and the first one is TC 31-43. Councilman Massaro, will you bring that resolution to the floor, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Resolution TC 31-43, it be it resolved that the application to the State of Connecticut Department of Revenue Services for the Neighborhood Assistance Act program is hereby authorized to include the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Connecticut for $15,000, Mutual Housing Association of Southwestern Connecticut for $91,800, St. Vincent's Medical Center for $150,000, Patrons of Trumbull Nature and Arts Center Incorporated for $10,520. The Kennedy Collective, there are 4 applications amounting to $145,000, and would authorize First Selectman Vicky A. Tesoro or her designee to submit such application and sign all related forms, contracts, and reports in order to implement the Neighborhood Assistance Act program. Full resolution is attached.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We are going to open a public hearing for this item, and I believe, Mr. White, you said you do not want to speak on this? Okay, thank you. You've said everything you want to say for this evening. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak to this resolution during a public hearing? Anybody here to speak to this? Then I will open and close the public hearing at 9:38 p.m. And we can open up discussion about this resolution to the floor if anybody has anything they want to say. It looks like Gia's here to answer questions. Any questions about this? Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. I missed something. The committee report. Sorry. First timer here.
Gia Montillo of the Economic and Community Development Department was not able to attend this meeting, but will be at the full council meeting. Vote, the LNA committee passed this resolution without recommendation by unanimous vote.
Thank you. So why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about this?
As stated, my name is Gia Mantillo. I'm with the Trumbull Economic and Community Development Department. This is an annual request that we make to the town council to submit this application for the Neighborhood Assistance Tax Credit Program, which is a program through Connecticut Department of Revenue Services. It is a program that offers tax credits to corporations that make qualifying contributions to approved programs. In order for programs to be approved, they have to go through this application process where the town serves as the applicant and the liaison to Connecticut DRS. The applicants are Trumbull nonprofit organizations, and the resolution had the list of applicants for this year. One of them did apply for 4 programs, which is new. Each organization is able to apply for multiple programs as long as they don't exceed the $150,000 request.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, any questions? Are we able to pass this resolution with unanimous consent?
No objection.
Joy? Joy, you there? Yes. You're good with that? Okay. Thank you. So that motion or that resolution passes. Oh,
I'm so sorry. Are we able to, I did want to request that it be approved by emergency legislation in order to meet the deadline for the application if possible.
I will entertain a motion for emergency legislation.
I'll make
Second. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor of making that emergency legislation? We can do that with unanimous consent. Joy, you good with that? Thank you. Okay, it is done. Emergency legislation. Thank you very much, everybody. The next resolution on our list is TC 31-44. Councilman Spillane, can you please bring that to the floor?
Resolution TC 31-44, be it resolved that the town council hereby appoints blank to conduct an audit of the accounts of the Board of Education pursuant to Chapter 2, Section 10A of the Charter of the Town of Trumbull.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. I understand we will entertain a motion to amend this resolution to include the name Clifton Larson Allen. Can I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Do I need to do something different?
I guess you're going to discuss it in executive session. You may want to go into executive session, have that meeting, and then come out with the recommendation.
So do we need to go into executive session before we amend the resolution? Okay. So,
I move we enter into executive session.
thank you, Councilman Marsh. Second? All in favor of entering into executive session? Can we do that by unanimous consent?
Madam Chair, just a point of order. If we need executive session for this resolution, we're going to need it for the next one. Just I would ask that maybe we move 31-46 out of order so that we don't have to hold people up all night while we go into executive session on 2 matters.
No objection on that.
Okay. Can we do that by unanimous consent then? We'll move resolution TC 31-46 out of order so that we can go into executive session after that resolution? No objection.
Just, Madam Chair, we need to specify the people who are going to be attending executive session. For instance, I assume you would like Mr. McCarthy at the to discuss the other.
We're going to take for 3146
Yeah, we're
out
gonna
of
take-
order. We're gonna do the appointment resolution first.
Oh, you, okay.
And then we'll go into
And then we'll-
executive
then we'll
session
do
and
that,
I'll
yeah.
name who needs to be present for that. So we have voted to take resolution TC 31-46 out of order and approved that unanimously. Joy, you said yes to that one, right? Fine. Okay, thank you. Councilman Cinto, will you bring resolution TC 31-46 to the floor, please?
Yes, resolution TC. That is the right one, I got it. Resolution TC dash 46, be it resolved that the appointment by the first selectman of Christopher Pantanella as a member of the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority for a term extending to January 1st, 2029, be and the same is hereby approved.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion on this item?
Into the committee report.
Committee report, please. Sorry.
You got it. Let's see. Christopher Pettinella was present and indicated his party affiliation as Republican and explained his interest in getting involved in town affairs and his understanding of the GBT's duties and responsibilities. He reviewed his educational background, including being an Eagle Scout, and his desire to represent the town and ensure the GBTA's spending is appropriate for the town, and spoke to the importance of bringing different perspectives to the board. The committee questioned his decision-making process regarding the initiating a petition for a special election for the Board of Assessment Appeals seat, whether his past actions have been beneficial for the greater of the whole, and how he would handle disagreements with the GBTA. Christopher Pettinella explained his opinion. If there is a seat that is elected, you should not just be able to appoint someone into that seat. There were more than 20 people who signed that petition. He was one small sliver of the whole group. He explained his past actions have been beneficial to the town, citing addressing issues such as the illegally dumped tires and asbestos in Trumbull Center. If he disagreed with the board, he would discuss with board members and vote accordingly. Councilman Massaro spoke in favor of the appointment and believes Mr. Pettinella deserves a chance. There are a number of people who have been appointed with no background for the appointed position. Mr. Pettinella brings sincere interest and will be diligent on this board. Vote motion failed 1-3 against Malazzi, Marsh, and Ferrari.
Thank you. Discussion. Councilman Cinto.
I just have a comment more than anything. One of my first committee meetings when I was on the council in 2008 was an R&R meeting. And I don't know, it was like the first meeting I ever went to. And we were interviewing folks like we did the other night. And somebody was giving somebody a hard time. They're interviewing this person. And I was like, wow, I didn't know what was going on. So I sat there, and the meeting went through, we got done, and the chairman of the town council at the time was Mark Altieri. After the meeting, Mark pulled the town council person aside and says, what are you doing? And she said, well, I had asked questions, but he goes, what are you doing? These people are volunteering. Don't give them a hard time. That's what he said. So when I sat here with Carl the other night, I was a little surprised, somewhat. But the last time, and I went through the process also, probably way before that. But nowhere in any town charter does it say you need any experience to do any of this stuff. You don't need any experience. All you needed to be is a voter, resident of the town, and want to volunteer. So Mark's whole question was, these people are volunteering, don't give them a hard time, so you can get people to volunteer. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Mark.
I respect what you're saying, Mr. Cinto, and I generally agree with you. I would say, though, that it is our job as committee members to vet the applicants, and certainly when other applicants have come before various committees, they were vetted significantly about their ability to be impartial, their ability, whether they've donated to political campaigns, whether they could be, whether they have run for office, and whether they could be, serve on a commission like the Ethics Commission. So to say that we just should give everyone a pass because they want to serve is not necessarily the duty that we serve on this board. I do take exception to the context that questions directed at Mr. Pettinella were because of his lack of experience or age or political affiliation. My comments, and I'll take ownership of this, was directed to his decision-making and whether he makes good decisions. And candidly, he's proving my point in real time, because after the committee meeting, he went and, to his credit and with great ambition, made a video that he posted online riding the bus and saying that he wanted to be on the GBT, which is all very admirable, except he made a statement on the video that the GBT was facing 70% funding cuts or 30% funding, some level of funding cuts, and that it was imperative that he gets on to do this. Well, that's an incorrect statement. The funding went through. The legislators and our state representatives came through, and that funding passed. So in his rush to put a video out, he put out incorrect information. And that, to me, is indicative of someone who not making good decisions. So I will stand by my comment about his decision-making. It has nothing to do with Chris being 18 or 9, whatever. I'm sorry, Chris, how old are you? 20? 19, sorry. It has nothing to do with Chris being 20. I like Chris. I think he's ambitious and hardworking and all of those things. But a couple instances, and this last one included, I question his decision-making ability. And for that reason, I will continue to vote no on my.
Thank you.
Shame on you.
Thank you. Councilman L. Aris, you had something to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I listened very intently to the public comment, and I've been really grappling with figuring out how to vote on this because I absolutely appreciate young folks with ambition, and I appreciate people who want to volunteer. One individual who made a public comment indicated that Mr. Pettinella doesn't wait to solve a problem. And ambition and, being quick to act is certainly important, but I think one of the things to recognize when someone's serving on a board or a commission is that you're not an individual, you're a part of a group, and there's a function of the group, and there's agendas, and there's a process. And I do wonder or worry or have a concern or a question about Mr. Pentinella's ability to thrive and exist and work within that overall framework. Another public comment individual mentioned that he thought that the committee meeting was antagonistic, and one could look at the history of Mr. Pentinella's actions and videos and other things on social media, and one could argue that that's a description for some of his actions individually.
That's a description of all of
So it's just one of those things where I just wonder, whether or not someone who's done an awful lot of rushing to social media rather than working through the process, whether that's something he's capable of. And I certainly hope that he can and will be capable of that, but it's a thing that's an important consideration when someone's voting for someone on a commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alaris. Any other comments from anyone?
Madam Chairman.
I'm
sorry.
Sorry, Councilman Walsh.
I just want to speak. I mean, more of a statement, I guess. I ran with Chris in District 6 as my running mate. And nowhere have I ever seen him exhibit any sort of decision-making that was inappropriate. He was very in tune to what he needed to do to run a campaign, to try to be on the council. I understand even getting into it that, Chris is young. He needs to work on stuff. And he's done that. He is young, and he is ready to try to take on challenges that most young people are not. And we need to respect that in some aspect. We can talk about education. I mean, listen, Abraham Lincoln didn't have an education. He was self-taught to be a lawyer. Harry Truman, Steve Jobs, none of them have gone to college. I don't think that's any part of an issue, with the decision-making process and being able to serve on this committee. He's an Eagle Scout. He has committed so much to trying to be into public service. He wants to volunteer. He was trying to get onto a committee by having an election. And, that's his right as a citizen of this town to be able to have a special election. He was appointed to this position by the first selectman. At some point, she must have thought about what she was doing with that, and it's not like any of these things that he's done have only occurred in the last day or two. We've known Chris for how long now? So I don't, to make these judgments about all of his decision-making processes, I don't know that it's fair, and I think we need to really look at, the person and try to decide whether or not he's capable of volunteering on a committee like this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Massaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to prolong the discussion. I think I spoke at the committee level, and I think the public has spoken loudly about support for Chris. Chris is here. He can be allowed to speak if you wish. I would ask through the chair of the First Selectman whether she stands by her appointment of Chris. Obviously, we're debating this tonight. She's not chosen to withdraw his appointment, so I would ask her if she is supporting Mr. Petinella's appointment.
I mean, I hear two things. I hear, does Mr. Petinella want to speak, and does the First Selectman want to speak? I don't have a,
Well,
I mean, I don't.
Maybe we can hear from the First Selectman first, please.
Good evening again. So I'm just going to give a little bit of a history of how this appointment came about. So soon after Chris filed the petition, shall I call you Chris or Mr. Petinella?
Whatever you're comfortable with. Most people call me Chris, and that's,
Most
that's
people
totally
call me Vicky.
right. Exactly.
Okay. So soon after Chris filed the petition for the Board of Assessment Appeals special election with the Trumbull Town Clerk on March 13th, Republican leaders Mr. Rutigliano and Mrs. Lenzen wanted to meet with myself and Mrs. Guadiano. We had that meeting in the spirit of bipartisanship, and both Mr. Rutigliano and Mrs. Lenzen expressed their belief that Chris might be persuaded not to move forward with the special election if a suitable opportunity could be found for him to serve the community and gain some valuable experience in local government. All of us shared concerns about the potentially significant cost that a special election could impose on the Trumbull taxpayers. And I'm not saying here that Chris shouldn't have done, put that petition through. That is allowed under our charter. So I'm not talking about that at all. But there is a cost that's hooked to that we have heard in this council that could rise to $40,000. So both sides thought that it would be a good idea, especially for the Board of Assessment Appeals, to somehow sort of quiet that push for that election to go forward. But once you file a petition, you really can't stop the process. So you all know we're still in that process right now. But nevertheless, we shared that concern for our taxpayers. As part of that discussion, where Mr. Rutigliano and Mrs. Lenzen were asking for us to find something for Chris to do as a commission member or committee member, to also gain some valuable experience in local government as a young person. As part of that discussion, I agreed to review the board's and commission's list for possible opportunities and suggested the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority as a potential appointment for Chris. In keeping with that commitment made during that bipartisan conversation, the resolution was placed on the agenda in good faith. As First Selectman, it was my recommendation that the council consider this appointment for the reasons I have outlined. And that brings us to where we are this evening. The council, what you're doing right now, reviewing the recommendation, will make its own determination based on Chris's qualifications and the needs of our community. The council's role is to independently evaluate matters before it makes decisions on behalf of the residents they serve. That is exactly how our system of checks and balances is intended to work. So if anyone has a question, I'd be glad to answer it.
Well, the question was, are you still supporting your appointment or not?
I think you answered that question, Carl. The resolution has not been withdrawn. So
you're supporting it. I'm happy to hear that.
Excuse me, I'm supporting this process. It is now the council's turn to determine whether they believe Chris is qualified.
Well, I would hope 3 members of your caucus support your appointment.
Well, I do remember, Carl, that we had a conversation with you, and you made a determination yourself to support Audrey Felson for the Ethics Commission, where none of the other members of your caucus did. So we have to, I don't
We
want to
don't
bring
need to
up
go
these
back there.
conversations. I
She's-
don't think it's
she's-
necessary, but I'm just, if you're going to say things like that, then I really do have to make a comment as well. So I think
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
I think we should probably invite Mr. Petinella up to answer questions, so that in case any of the other council members would like to ask him any questions.
Hi, Chris Petinella, and I just want to say to everybody who left and everybody who's still here tonight, thank you so much. Your support from the bottom of my heart, it really means the world. Everybody, Democrat, unaffiliated, Republican here, it really means the world. And there was a lot of young people here today. There are still some for me, and I think that we will surely be the next generation to lead this town, this state, and this country. So I am open. I'm an open book.
Yes, Christine,
Oh,
Councilman Alaris, please.
Sure.
So I just, with what I voiced as a question before, if you try to, address it and I could repeat it, it was really just wanting you to express or describe how you think you might be able to function within the framework of a commission that has a chair and has Robert's Rules of Order as a procedural process, as well as just established agendas and business before it, and work within that framework rather than what I've observed you've done in the past in terms of some of your activities within town is really outside of that sort of formal framework. So I'm wondering if you could just talk to that a bit.
Yeah, so I mentioned at the subcommittee meeting that we all have to start somewhere, right? So I know you were just elected as a town council for your first term. Listen, I just ran for town council, and my question would be, what made me not qualified to run for town council, or what made me qualified to run for town council, rather, but suddenly now not qualified to join a committee? I think there's a lot of homework for me to do, and I mentioned at the subcommittee that I will be doing my due diligence before voting on any agenda item, and I look forward to speaking to all of the board members of the GBT after I'm appointed to learn the best I can about how everything works on the board. And I think that answers it itself. Listen, I'm willing to do the homework, and I look forward to doing the homework, and I look forward to preparing myself before every meeting and every single vote, and doing as much research on every single topic before I vote on them, or before I even consider them.
Who else has
And
questions for?
If I can, I just want to mention one thing that Mrs. Tesoro said, and Mr. Tesoro, I appreciate you putting me up for this nomination, and I appreciate, as you just stated to Mr. Massaro, your support. You're still backing me, and listen, I appreciate that very much. But what I will say is that before, and I did not file a petition, I simply signed it. The people of Trumbull filed the petition for the Board of Assessment Appeals because my philosophy is, if there is an elected position, I believe that that seat should be filled with an election, not an appointment. But I will say that I did call Mrs. Tesoro before I did that, and I wanted to speak with her in good faith before I did that, and I gave her a little bit of a heads up, and we talked on this phone after. It was funny timing. I put the petition, I signed the petition, and the petition went in, and Mr. Tesoro called me moments after that happened. So I do want to let for the record that I did try in good faith to talk to our elected officials before me signing any petition, and before any other Trumbull residents decided to sign that petition. But I do stand by my decision-making with that, with me signing that petition, because I believe that elected officials should be elected, not appointed. And in good faith, we agreed on this to cost the taxpayers, not cost the taxpayers $40,000. And I would be worried about causing the taxpayers $40,000, especially with this budget, with the increase in taxes, and especially after we just didn't increase the education budget. So that was done in good faith.
Councilman Mecca?
Chris.
Sure.
I wish we could have this conversation not in this setting.
That's okay.
But what I just heard you say confuses me. It really does, because you're saying things that are contradicting actions, and I have a real problem with that. So I'm not in favor of you wanting to try and still being involved. At this time, though, it's going to be a no for me, and I just need to let you know
Can you
that.
explain?
We can talk about that outside, but it's a difference between what you're saying. It's a difference between what you're saying and your actions.
Yeah. Well, and I would
and excuse me, I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
And there are people who haven't come here tonight who communicated to me, I had hoped they would come, but who communicated to me and expected me to represent their views that they had a problem with your appointment. Given what they've read and what they've observed and how you're trying to spin it differently than what actually happened.
Sure.
So
And
I just have to be
and
forthright with you
representing
about
your
that.
people is
Yeah.
admirable.
Thank you.
And I would say that you also said sidewalks for Strobel, right? That hasn't happened yet, but
So here we go. Thank you. The more you talk, the more I felt convinced.
I wonder if it.
let's all be
I
respectful.
wonder if we. Okay. Do I need? No, I'm kidding. I'm not using the gavel. It feels like it might be time to call the question. I don't know if anybody feels like there's anything more productive that's going to come out of this conversation. Councilman Buswell?
Chris, I just want to say thank you. It's after 10 o'clock, and you have a strong contingency behind you, and that shows the support that all these residents have in you. I haven't always agreed with every step that you've made, but the one thing I think that is incredibly admirable that you bring is a humility to say, in hindsight, I may have done it differently. In hindsight, I'll think about it, and I'll try to improve and move forward in a better manner. I think that nobody has more humility in this room than you, and I think that you're going to be a great leader someday.
Mr.
So I hope
Buswell,
that everybody
thank you.
considers that.
And I appreciate it. I'm always looking to improve. And any questions about my qualifications or education, I would be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Pettinella? Mr. Spillane, Councilman Spillane.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank Chris for coming also. I think it's great that everyone's being involved. As an unaffiliated voter who was asked to run for town council a few times and finally said yes, I would love to see this whole appointment process not go like this, the way it does. But I know I have a long ways to go in that, and that's not just this particular one. That's the process that goes on. We've heard a lot of people talk tonight about one specific committee meeting when other committee meetings have gone the same way. And I know I'm new here, so maybe I'm just naive, but hopefully the whole process will start to change eventually. I'm actually going to be voting yes in support of the first selectman who made this appointment. But I think we have a long way to go as a town with this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Spillane. Anybody else have anything? Oh, Councilman Dunn?
Hi, thank you for coming and speaking. So,
Thank you.
I understand that in terms of experience, it's not expected that you need to be like an engineer for this position. There's already people who have that experience at the Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority. And I have no doubt that you have passion for advocating for the members of this town. However, I just question if this role is quite the correct match for your background and area of interest. I myself have probably used the Greater Bridgeport Transit buses more than most members. I went daily for my commute to school and work using these buses, and so it's something that matters to me a lot.
Right.
I've seen the people that use these buses. I understand what their needs are for this transit authority, and I would just like to potentially hear from you about, do you have any policies or any areas that you would want to improve upon for the Greater Bridgeport Transit, there's lots of areas that
improvement,
I'm aware of, but I would just like to
Yeah.
hear if you have any.
Sure. Yeah, well, thank you. And
stance.
before, you're a young guy, and you were the highest vote getter in District 5 as a young guy. So, look, that's the new generation serving the town, right? Mr. Kroll actually just mentioned one thing, and listen, there is going to be a lot more to learn about, and that's why I took the bus ride. I talked to the driver, I talked to some of the people on the bus, because I wanted to hear their concerns and what it's like using the bus daily, whether it's to go to school, to go to work, doctor's appointments, whatever it may be. And I'd say probably like the paratransit kind of aspect of it, the smaller scale busing. I think there is, whether it be customer service like Mr. Kroll mentioned, or really anything in that category. That's what I really think I want to look at. And I mentioned at the subcommittee meeting, I would like to look at funds, and as there are some hardships that the board could face.
And on the topic of funds, do you have any knowledge on the current breakdown for the funds for the Transit Authority, particularly about like how much is brought in through fares, and in what ways can there be improvements made there,
Yeah.
or perhaps making things more accessible, or just making improvements to streamline
Sure.
various things.
Well, one thing I will say is that I used, to top on the bus, I tried to, and this is streamlining, I tried to use the website to try and find the bus routes. I also had to call because the website was not very user-friendly. And even calling, it was difficult to find the specific routes and times. So I think the website can be of much improvement. And as for the budget, I know that the budget is roughly about $30 million. And that comes in funds from DOT funding, Federal Transit Administration's passenger fares. I know it's a smaller percent, but I know it comes from stuff like that too. So again, a lot to learn, but I think my background in business in a competitive field speaks for itself. I've experienced scaling, budgeting, and one thing is solving problems that arise like this. Problems happen, things go wrong very quickly, and you have to be able to move on your feet and fix it and find a way to get everything back rolling for the next day, for the next week, for the next month, and look farther down the road into years ahead to make sure that we can keep the buses rolling, keep this system going, basically, and not just look at the short term, but look at the long term.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. I believe I'm going to ask Margaret to call the roll on this vote then.
Mike Buswell.
Yes.
Mary Isaac. No. Steve Spillane.
Yes.
Bill Mecca.
No.
Ann Zather.
Yes.
Jennifer Winchell.
No.
Christine Alaris.
Yes.
Richard Wolf.
Yes.
Jason Marsh.
No.
Anthony Dorsey.
Yes.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
John Foreman.
Yes.
Thomas Broderick.
No.
Matt Dunn.
No.
Joy Cologne. Brian Walsh.
Yes.
Kelly Malazzi.
No.
Tony Cinto. Gerard Ferrari.
No.
Nicole Staton.
No.
It fails if it ties. Okay, that motion fails. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Joke. Let's have a democracy protest. Not one of you voted yes, not one. That's absurd, okay?
Also, we spent $25,000 on a survey that we voted no.
There were 2 yes votes from the Democratic caucus, just for the record. We are going to move on to Resolution TC 31-44, and are we just going directly to voting to go into executive session? Okay, I'll just give it a.
We'll move it back to the floor. Out.
Joe, enough.
Need to
Enough,
bring the
Joe,
resolution
please.
to the floor.
Don't act like your side hasn't done
Motion
that
and
10
second,
times
and then
worse.
motion going to. I would prefer that you go into executive session, come back out, but if the sense of the council is that you'd like to have both executive sessions together, that's fine, and then come out afterwards. I think you're going to need different people in executive session for each of the resolutions. I'm sorry, what was that, Tony?
We do one at a time.
Yeah.
We're going to wait for Councilman Walsh to come back in the room.
We haven't gone to executive session yet. I'm just closing the door because of the noise out.
Yeah. Turn off the air conditioning.
All right, so we are going to move on to Resolution TC 31-44. And I'm going to ask Councilman Spillane to bring that to the floor again, please.
Am I bringing it amended or the original still?
The original.
Resolution TC 31-44, be it resolved that the town council hereby appoints blank to conduct an audit of the accounts of the Board of Education pursuant to Chapter 2, Section 10A of the Charter of the Town of Trumbull.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilman Massaro. Now we move into executive.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to go into executive session.
We have a motion to go into executive session by Councilman Massaro and
it
seconded by
involves-
Councilman Dorsey.
It involves
Present in this one needs to be the town attorney, the town council members, the first selectman, Kathy McGannon, Cindy Katsky, Maria Pires are the only people that need to. So we are going into executive session at 10:16. We are going into executive session.
For discussion of the appointment of the auditor, and we have to wait now for the video to shut down.
Okay.
Was there a vote?
So we have a motion on the floor to go into executive session, and can we approve that by unanimous consent? Joey?
Yes, no objection.
Going into executive session? Thank you. Thank you. We are back in session, and I am looking for a motion to amend the resolution to insert the name Clifton, Larson, and Allen. Councilman Massaro? Thank you. Second?
No,
Jen Winch? Oh,
I didn't state the motion yet.
oh,
I move to insert into the blank Clifton, Larson, and Allen, LLP,
thank you.
QRST.
Thank you, Nikki. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Can we pass this resolution by unanimous consent?
The amendment.
Okay, we're going to do a voice vote then, please.
The amendment.
Can we vote on the amendment by unanimous consent? No. Margaret, would you please call the roll?
I'm sorry.
It's even worse. Apparently, I'm terrible at science.
Don't make me laugh. Mike Buswell.
Yes.
Mary Isaac.
Yes.
Steve Spillane.
Yes.
Bill Mecca.
Yes.
Ann Sather.
Yes.
Jennifer Winchell.
Yes.
Christina Alaris.
Yes.
Richard Wolf.
Yes.
Jason Marsh.
Yes.
Anthony Dorsey.
Yes.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
John Foreman.
Yes.
Thomas Broderick.
Yes.
Matt Dunn.
Yes.
Joy Cologne. Brian Walsh.
Yes.
Kelly Malazzi.
Yes.
Tony Sinto.
No.
Gerard Ferrari. Nicole Satin.
Yes.
All right, so that's the amended resolution. That's the amendment. So that resolution has now been amended. We still have to vote on the resolution. Then we can make it emergency legislation. Do we have to read the full resolution again? No. Okay. Is there any discussion on the amended resolution? Margaret, would you please call the roll on that?
Mike Buswell.
Yes.
Mary Isaac.
Yes.
Steve Spillane.
Yes.
Bill Mecca.
Yes.
Ann Sather.
Yes.
Jennifer Winchell.
Yes.
Christina Alaris.
Yes.
Richard Wolf.
Yes.
Jason Marsh.
Yes.
Anthony Dorsey.
Yes.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
John Foreman.
Yes.
Thomas Broderick.
Yes.
Matt Dunn.
Yes.
Joy Cologne. Brian Walsh.
Yes.
Kelly Malazzi.
Yes.
Tony Sinto.
No.
Gerard Ferrari.
Yes.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Close enough.
Nicole Satin.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
I will
move-
now,
Yeah, I move this resolution be made emergency legislation.
thank you, Councilman Massaro. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Can we pass that by unanimous consent? Thank you. Let's do another vote.
Mike Buswell.
Yes.
Mary Isaac.
Yes.
Steve Spillane.
Yes.
Bill Mecca.
Yes.
Ann Sather.
Yes.
Jennifer Winchell.
Yes.
Christina Alaris.
Yes.
Richard Wolf.
Yes.
Jason Marsh.
Yes.
Anthony Dorsey.
Yes.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
John Foreman.
Yes.
Thomas Broderick.
Yes.
Matt Dunn.
Yes.
Joy Cologne. Brian Walsh.
Yes.
Kelly Malazzi.
Yes.
Tony Sinto.
No.
Gerard Ferrari.
Yes.
Nicole Satin.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. We are going to move on to Resolution TC 31-45. Councilman Satin, will you bring that to the floor, please?
Sure. Resolution TC 31-45, be it resolved that Resolution TC 30-74, as adopted by the Town Council on August 5th, 2024, is amended by the deletion of not to exceed 4 years after the word term.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilman.
Committee report.
Committee report, please.
Attorney Shopik explained the difficulty in hiring a tax assessor due to the time limitation, which is why there is a request to delete term of not to exceed 4 years. Councilman Massaro noted that this had been discussed in executive session with the HR director at the time the original resolution was adopted and requested the HR director be present for the full council meeting. Moved by Massaro, seconded by Marsh to pass without recommendation. Vote motion carried by unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilman Marsh.
Not necessarily, it depends. Really depends on whether you're going to get into specifics that need to be in executive session. Mr. McCarthy is here, he can give you the general overview of what's going on. Then if you feel executive session is necessary, I think it'd be more appropriate at that point.
Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. McCarthy, ringmaster. And if we need to, we can go in. So let us hear it.
He doesn't have his red coat tonight.
Hello, everybody. The story hasn't changed much. There is the overview of tax assessors in the state of Connecticut is that there aren't enough people who are certified for all the openings. There's 169 towns, and you need 169 assessors. They don't exist, and so at least active and non-retired CCMA 1 and 2. The certification is CCMA 1, CCMA 2. You need to have the CCMA 1 in order to sign a grand list. And so there are a number of assessors that have CCMA 1s that are the actual tax assessors. But you need to have someone to do that, and there just aren't enough. So the great example is that surrounding us, there are all sorts of people that are using consultants like we're using consultants. Like, for instance, Bridgeport hasn't had a tax assessor in years, and they use the Westport tax assessor. And then the number 2 person in Bridgeport actually covers Shelton as a consultant. And so we are currently using the Westport consultant and a separate consultant for the reval purposes. This is not unusual. This is happening all over the place because there just aren't many. One of the basic problems is that they hold the exam for CCMA 1 and CCMA 2 once a year. The committee just voted this year to change that to 2 times a year. Thank you, that's great, but it hasn't happened yet. And so if you fail the exam, which we've had a number of people that were connected to us that have not passed the exam the first time, because it's a very hard exam, they have to wait an entire year. So say you fail the CCMA 1, you have to wait an entire year for another crack at CCMA 1, and then you have to wait, another year for CCMA 2. And so if you miss the boat on any one of those, you're now pushed yourself off for a year. The system stinks, and it's the reason why we're all in this situation. But this is the detail of why it's important that you'd make this change tonight. It's because I have had 4 to 5 different people on the hook quietly trying to get them to come here, and they all say the exact same thing to me. When they find out about, or when I tell them about the term, they always say, oh, I'm not leaving my job if there's a term, number one. And the second thing is it's a small world in the assessor's world. They all know about, years ago, there was an assessor that we had that was walked out in a very non-happy manner, and they all know about that. And so you put those 2 pieces together, they don't have the confidence in coming to a place where there is a term. And so I am constantly trying to convince folks that don't worry, you can get a long-term job here, it's not a problem. And I have not had success as of late, although I've been yelled at by many I've been yelled at by other HR directors throughout the state for trying to steal their assessors, which I'm very proud to try to do.
Questions?
I'm sorry. If you know, Tom, in terms of representatives surrounding communities, do they have fixed terms for their assessor position, or is it an open-ended term?
There are some others that have fixed terms around our area. I don't think there's a lot that have that. They're almost all, I don't want to speak that way because I don't know it definitively, but a lot of them that I'm aware of are appointments directly by the mayors or first selectmen. Another little point, by the way, we have increased the salary significantly to try to compete. Because clearly we're in open competition with everybody else because there's not enough. So we're trying to beat everybody else. And so we've moved the salary up very significantly. We've done it on 3 different levels. And we had a fish on the hook, and we interviewed, Maria and I interviewed him, was it 2 weeks ago maybe? And maybe good for another position, but not our assessor's office, but we're still trying.
Councilman Dorsey?
I don't know if we can answer this now, but it's a just general question. Is that, so right now it's not to exceed 4 years for a term?
Right.
Have you heard, and again, if you can't answer, we have to go to executive session, fine. Have you heard that if there's any flexibility with the years of that term, you might see more candidates?
What I've heard over and over is that they don't want a term.
Okay.
You know, listen, when I talk to people, you know, you get them on the hook a little bit. You talk to them. This is a great place. It's a great place to work. Here's our salary. And then when you start to go, I have an obligation to tell them the details. And when I do, that's when that feedback is it's 100% of every person I've talked to has said the exact same thing.
And
about the terms.
my last question is, and I don't know the sourcing of this. Is this something that you're using an executive search firm, or are you using traditional recruitment methods?
So we're using our regular methods, but it's a little more than that because we the software we use to hire people. We have a package with them that we pay for that allows us, by using them, to have access to all of your Indeeds and LinkedIn's and all that stuff. So we're spread out throughout. We pay to focus on the region, but we also have nationwide coverage on that. We also, in addition to that, we're paying to be on obviously the Connecticut Assessor's website. I mean, we'd be stupid not to do that. But we're also going to the New York website. We are expanding we're looking into Massachusetts right now to expand to there. I mean, you have to pay all these things, but we're at the point where we're trying to spread it as much as we can in a reasonable manner, because I don't think someone from Colorado is coming to take our job, right? But someone from New York or Massachusetts might, and they would have to get certified here. But if they know how to be an assessor, you know, maybe there's a path to that, you know.
Councilman Foreman, did you have a question?
Yeah, just, might be a silly question, but.
No.
Might be a silly
No
question
silly
here.
questions.
We're not in
but
executive.
why don't we just keep using consultants?
So I'll tell you, there's 2 reasons. They're real expensive. That's number 1. Number 2, the consultants generally, and you could ask Maria this question, but they generally operate from 10,000 feet, right? And there's something that is missing in the office is the day-to-day operation stuff. That is also important, right? And so it's hard to get consultants that want to do the day-to-day operation type stuff. So we have Maria, there is an enormous amount on Maria's shoulders, and she has taken on a large part of that day-to-day operation stuff. And, you know, it's hard to keep that up for long periods of time for Maria.
When you say expensive, I guess without getting into the real numbers, are we talking 5% more expensive than having our own tax assessor? Are we talking 50%?
That's really more
Do
of a
you have a
Maria
gauge
question.
on what that
Yeah, what would you
differential
say?
is and, you know, more
It's
expensive?
a lot, I can tell you that.
We have consultants that range from 100 to 175 per hour. And we're paying people 40, 50?
Yeah, 50.
So we are.
It's huge difference. Now, it's kind of a little apples to oranges a little bit because the people we have don't have the qualifications necessarily. So you're buying qualifications, but it is expensive. It's also important to point out that the same people, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but the same people that are the consultants making this money are the people on the committees making decisions about the testing and this sort of thing. So read into anything you want to read into that, okay? I'm not saying anything, but you can read into that.
Yeah. and
I think,
consultants-
did you have a question, Councilman Marsh? Councilman Cinto.
Question, Mike. Let me get some straight. Something that happened 18 years ago, approximately. is still a problem. Now, let me ask you this. Say you get rid of the term, okay? That position serves at the pleasure of the first select person, correct?
Well, they're part
Is-
of it. I'm sorry, do you want me to?
Are they gonna, is this gonna be a union position?
This is a union position.
Okay.
It's an
So-
appointment by the union, and then they get just cause.
Right, so, in other words, like Maria has been here for a long time. She serves at the pleasure of the first select person. So what would stop a new first select person from coming in and saying, I don't want that tax assessor?
Well, they would, Maria is not a union employee, and so she doesn't have the same rights. Just like me, I serve as pleasure for selectmen. If she doesn't like what I tell you right now, by the way, I'm out. But someone who's in the union, so the appointment is the first selectman's, but once they're in the union, they have just cause protection. So the new person would
18
have
years
to have
ag-
just cause to get rid of them.
18 years ago, was that position in the union?
It was coterminous with the first selectman. So the exception to the just cause under the previous language of the charter was when the term of the first selectman was over, you had a window to get rid of somebody. And the person, I'm not saying what that person did was illegal. They had the first selectman at the time had the right to do that. It's just that I'm telling you, it's a real small world with assessors, and they all talk about it still to this day.
18 years later.
You betcha. I knew nothing about it. I was a baby at that time.
Oh, come on, Tom.
Okay,
Other
maybe not a
questions?
baby,
Does anybody else have
but-
any questions? Yes,
Yeah,
Councilman Marsh?
I think Mr. Cinto's question got to my question, and again, I'm in the private sector world, so even with a 4-year term, the only way that an assessor could be terminated would be for just cause under the union rules. So they wouldn't go to being an at-will employee if we removed the 4-year term.
They would not. No, the position is owned by the union, and so they have the union protections.
It's good to be in a union.
Other questions? Yes.
We're bringing up the term, and you mentioned how you've incrementally offered more money. What's the average town offer, and are we above or below that?
You mean like average by
Salary.
all the assessors and
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't really know that number. I know we're now very, very competitive with the surrounding towns that we compare ourselves to. We're at our top of our range is 140 now. That's how we're at. That's where we're advertising. Top of the range does not necessarily mean that's what we give them when they come in. It's just the state Connecticut requires you to have a range, and our top is 140. And so if someone came in with super experience, right, we would be able to compete up to 140 for that person. And that is very competitive in the surrounding towns.
Okay, thank you.
There are other places like, Fairfield that we're not competing with, in New Canaan.
Size,
I
I get
just
it.
can't. There's a certain limit, you know what I mean?
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Massaro?
Yeah, for the benefit of council members who were not here 2 summers ago when this resolution was first brought to us, we had lost the assessor, and the suggestion was that we use the state statute to override the charter, which limited an appointment to 2 years. And the discomfort with passing the resolution and just having an open-ended contract was there were a couple of reasons for the discomfort. One, if you hire somebody and you don't like the performance, you couldn't terminate them. So that was one reason. Another reason was no matter who the first selectman is, that's the appointing authority, no matter which side of the aisle, there was concern about the appointment being, or I'm sorry, the hire being for an indefinite or very long term, to which the electorate, in choosing a new first selectman, would be choosing that new first selectman would be stuck with contracts of great length. It's no secret that many administrations are voted out and November, sign long-term contracts with their friends to keep them in their jobs, really affecting the next administration. So those were two major concerns. And that we came out of that meeting with the compromise language that the term would not exceed 4 years. The 4 years came from doubling a first selectman's term, and basically looked at Tom and said, can you give that a try? So I guess he did.
I did.
So Mike, that's the background to where we are today, and now we're hearing that seems not to work. I still remain concerned about having a wide open hire, especially with union protections, when you're going to have to find just cause to get someone. And while I want to give 100% confidence in our HR department, if we hire the wrong person and we're stuck, that office needs some serious professionalism. It's been lacking in just the personnel alone for too long.
Thank you.
So that's the background. I do have one other question. I know that we had an employee who was certified, and I know we're not in executive session, so I'm not going to ask, but that person recently left to take an assessor's position. Did we
If you,
miss?
we're welcome to go into executive session for me to answer that question.
Okay, well, maybe I'll speak with you offline then.
Yep.
Thank you. So that's the background. I don't know what the answer is. I'm a little reluctant to remove the 4-year cap. I don't know if 6 years would work.
Councilman Marsh?
That's a long time.
I share, Carl, some of your concerns. I guess the question is, what are the reasonable alternatives to try to goose our ability to attract and retain an assessor? I mean, I'm liking it to the police department. We reinstituted the pension in an effort to, boost recruitment. What can we do other than increase the salary to astronomical levels to increase our ability to attract and retain? I'm not exactly. This doesn't light my hair on fire like this is going to be the magic pill.
I'm going to be very honest. I'm not positive this is the magic pill. I just can tell you that I hear this all the time. And so I'm reacting to it. I'm being honest with you. I'm not promising you do this, that next week we have a tax assessor, but I'm telling you that it takes one roadblock away. You know what I mean? And whatever you guys decide to do, I'll try my best to sell that, and that's what we're doing.
But there's no guardrails that we can put on this. So once we remove the term, to Mr. Massaro's point, if we attract someone who doesn't work out but doesn't rise to the level of just cause, we are saddled with that person indefinitely.
You would have a probationary period. So once the probationary period is over, you would have just cause. It's not saying that in my career, I have fired a number of people with just cause, So I could, if someone was not performing, we could do that. It is not an easy thing. I'm not going to lie to you. It's easy. It's not easy, but we've done it.
Would this person report to Maria?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councilman Massaro?
So, with some reluctance to vacate the cap, and I'm not at all trying to wrest the appointing authority away from the first selectman, but if we raise the cap, or we gave you a wink and a nod that you get the right person and we'll revisit the cap, would that help?
It's hard to convince someone about a wink and a nod. That's just a fact. So
can it be a springing? So you have a cap of 4 or 6 years, and then after they make the 6 years, the number just goes away. So then it becomes a permanent position. make it sort of a longer probationary period. Is that a possibility?
So, just to be clear about what, during the length of the term, they have just cause. It would be at the end of the whatever term, so the 4 years
Right.
now.
I understand that if you get to the end of the term, it would be the first selectman's authority to not
Yes.
renew their position.
You essentially have a window of non-renewal, and then they would be, the contract would then, what the actual window is undefined, but a reasonable window is probably the way to put it. And there'd be a reasonable window for the first selectman to get rid of the employee, and then after that, they would have the just cause again.
Councilman Dorsey has a question.
Well, it's not so much a question, but I'm playing with the idea in my head of, I recognize that, there's a chance that we bring somebody on, let's say it's 4 years, right? We get somebody, it's 4 years, but maybe they're concerned. Then we have a transition of administration, whatever it may be. And that person would want some sort of certainty, some sort of job security, as we all would. I get it. I'm playing with the idea, and I'm just going to put out there that I'd like to make a motion to change the wording here to say not to exceed 6 years. And my reason behind that is to say it can cover 2 administrations plus 2 years of a potential new administration to give the incoming first selectman opportunity to build a relationship, understand performance, and then make a potential decision. So my thought is, if there is concern about an unlimited cap, is this this would be my motion for a middle ground to say, let's try to see if this works. That way it gives current and potential new administration, whoever that is, the opportunity to build a relationship and make a decision.
So there's a motion on the floor to amend the resolution to change the 4 to 6. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, that is seconded. Discussion about changing the term from 4 to 6. Mary?
Executive. So that doesn't quite flow in cases we're saying we've got somebody that's in for 8 years, and Vicky's predecessor was also 8. So you may not have that as a case that's going to pan out. In trying to figure this, however, and not to take away from your motion, but still just discussion, if there's just cause, if you have, Tom's done. So if there's just, if there's
Oh, what is happening?
I'll ask you. You're an attorney. I'll ask you.
We should let Mary finish her.
No, that's okay. I get there. You're saying we should go into executive session?
Hi. It would be my preference, if I was sitting where you guys are, to remove the cap completely. It is not good for Trumbull or any town not to have an assessor. And we really have not had an assessor here, a full-time assessor for a long period of time, since 2020, I believe. Well, we've had assessors, but not consistently.
From that date.
Well, we have, but you know what I'm saying.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying. We're not in executive session. I don't want to get in trouble.
Yes, please don't say that.
But I'm just saying it's an extremely important position, especially during a reval that we're dealing with now. So I believe you should remove the cap because it's a problem. We've been told it's a problem.
Well, this is kind of my question is, so if the cap is not there and there is just cause, doesn't matter who the first selectman is, if this person is in there and they're doing a poor job after the probationary period, how long is the probationary period?
Just 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah, 180 days, I think, under this contract.
So whether they're doing, so if it's after that time, if it's a year and a half in, it's after the reval, or all of a sudden we enter a reval, we found out this person really isn't qualified, not doing a good job, even though there's no cap on it, and you are the first selectman, who decides if it is just cause? If it's still
Legal-
under this
it's a legal
purview,
definition.
Well, no, I'm just saying, is it Maria? Who says that it's just, well, no, because human resource, but I mean, who brings that's saying just cause that we don't, I'm just trying to say, so it's not the purview of the first selectman to say that this person should go or stay. It's gonna be job performance. And then, to me, that makes that cap moot, a moot point if we're saying that person for just cause, I'm sort of tired of not getting it, but that they should not be in that position, whether it's a 4-year, 6-year, whatever it's going to be. If they're not doing their job, what does that mean, though, when the first selectman appoints it? Who is the one that says just cause?
The just cause would be a combination of Maria and myself.
Okay, so it is that.
Obviously input from the first selectman, but Maria really it would come from Maria, then come to me, and then I would have to justify the just cause.
So to just, like to Carl's point, to say that there are people that are perhaps put into a position as friends and want to stay in for a certain amount of time. I'm not saying any first selectman's doing that or would do that, but I think that, to me, that makes me at least comfortable to say that that you still can have the just cause and that person can be terminated. It may not be as easy as, as we'd like, but at least that's there. That's my thought, rather than tying people in and saying, let's have that 4-year, and I'm not going to apply because I want I want a long-term position.
If someone was incompetent in their job, then we would
That's what I mean, you can,
we would
yes.
do what we had to do to make sure they were removed from the job.
Councilman Sather?
Can we go to executive session? I would like to be a little bit more frank than I feel like the public, is there can I move to go into executive session?
There's a motion on the floor to go into executive session. Do we
I'm
have a
sorry.
second?
I'll second it, provided I can go to the restroom.
Yeah.
before we enter.
Can we go into executive session by unanimous consent?
You need to.
Yes, and people staying, thank you, Joy. People staying for this one is members of the town council, Attorney Shopik, First Selectman Kathy McGannon, Cindy Katsky, Maria Pires, and Thomas McCarthy remaining. And we are going into executive session because we might be discussing sensitive personnel issues.
Not to me to do it, no.
And then
Wonderful.
And we're back. See, I should have been a talk show host or something. That's going to be my third or fourth act. We have a motion on the floor to amend the resolution to say 6 years instead of 4. I think you might have thrown my notes over here. Sorry, I'm just taking it from you. Do we want to keep that motion? Okay, so we are going to need voice votes, I believe, for the motion. Is there any more discussion about changing the term from 4 years to 6? Because that's the motion that's on the floor, so we need to vote on that. Joy, you still with us? Okay, we're voting on the motion to amend the resolution from 4 years to 6 years for the term.
Ready? Mike Buswell.
Yes.
Mary Isaac.
No.
Stephen Spillane.
No.
Bill Mecca.
No.
Ann Sather.
Yes.
Jennifer Winchell.
No.
Christina Alaris.
No.
Richard Wolf.
Yes.
Jason Marsh.
Torn on this one. Yeah,
It's 11:32.
Stop being torn.
no, I'm voting no, not because I don't disagree, not because I disagree with Tony. I'm gonna trust Tom that this is gonna be the best thing to attract. I'm laying this on you, Tom.
Big mistake.
Anthony Dorsey.
I made the motion, so yes.
Carl Massaro.
Yes.
John Foreman.
No.
Thomas Broderick.
No.
Matt Dunn.
No.
Joy Cologne.
No.
Brian Walsh.
Yes.
Kelly Malazzi.
No.
Tony Cinto. Gerard Ferrari.
No.
Nicole Satin.
No.
That motion to amend fails. So we are back to the original resolution, which is to remove the wording not exceeding 4 years. Do we have more discussion? Or do we want to just vote on the original resolution, which I know we will need voice votes for?
Are you ready to vote?
Yeah. Are we ready to vote? We're ready to vote.
Mike Buswell.
No.
Mary Isaac.
Yes.
Stephen Spillane.
Yes.
Bill Mecca.
Yes.
Ann Sather.
No.
Jennifer Winchell.
Yes.
Christina Alaris.
Yes.
Richard Wolf.
No.
Jason Marsh.
Yes.
Anthony Dorsey.
No.
Carl Massaro. John Foreman.
Yes.
Thomas Broderick.
Yes.
Matt Dunn.
Yes.
Joy Cologne. Brian Walsh.
No.
Kelly Malazzi.
Yes.
Tony Cinto. Gerard Ferrari.
Yes.
And Nicole Satin.
Yes.
All right, that passes, my friends. I want to thank you all for being patient with me while I attempted to do this job, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Jen and Winchell,
Second.
motions, second.
Before we adjourn,
Matt
just
Dunn.
thank you to our videographer for hanging out till midnight.
Thank you. All in favor of adjourning, can we do that by unanimous consent? Joy?